Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I just noticed none of you other Danans have spirit cores. Why is that?
Both of my parents were part of the resistance in Calaglia. In fact, my birth was kept a secret from the Renans.
Mine too. We always lived in hiding, so I never had a spirit core embedded in me like I was supposed to.
What about you, Alphen? You were a slave in Calaglia before all this, weren't you?
To be completely honest, I'm not sure why I don't have one. All the other Danan slaves around me did. I was the only exception. They tended to keep their distance from me to avoid attracting any attention from the soldiers, because of my mask and all. What about you, Kisara? Do you still have your spirit core?
No. I was able to find a good Renan doctor who's sympathetic to our kind, and had them remove it before I left. They did such a great job, the procedure didn't even leave a scar.
One of the benefits of coexistence, huh?
I know that once the spirit vessel was shut down, there wasn't much need for me to hurry. But still, I didn't like having that mark of servitude lingering on me any longer than I had to. It may sound a little strange to hear me say this, but I'm just me now. Not a guardsman or a slave. I'm my own woman, and this is my chance to have a new beginning.
This sure is one rugged road. You'd think they'd keep this at least a little better maintained, right?
Why spend energy fixing that which is rarely used? Repairs require time and effort, which in our world means slaves, often in great numbers. For you, it may be a simple request, but that can quickly become another's difficult burden. Nobody gains anything without someone expending effort.
And you know, somehow that someone always ends up being a Danan, while the Renans are the ones who gain.
True enough. Ideally, in a perfect world, I think it's only fair that the ones who need it should be the ones to perform the work.
However, when doing so could be dangerous like it is here, there are many who would prefer that it be others who risk their lives in their stead.
So, what you're saying is that people will just put up with the inconvenience until someone else comes along to fix it for them?
Indeed. And it is those who can no longer bear that feeling that inevitably take action. Much like the Danans in our group do so now. As strange as it may be to hear such a thing from the likes of myself.
It's true that most of the Danans in Calaglia have been resigned to just accepting things as they are. Still, we can't just blame them for...
What are you making that face for? You're not worn out already, are you?
Nah, just regretting I ever said anything in the first place.
Take this! I'll clear the way through.
I've got you now! Now you see what I can do!
I'm not so good with airborne targets. Here's the evil.
Mind free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
On guard!
Make it right! Mom, get toasty!
Bird strike!
Grenade with the arrow! Here's the Evo!
Stalagmite!
Look sharp! Freeze laser!
I'm ready!
Tiger
Let's
Blast! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
You're quite... The gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
right. There's nowhere to run from my heart.
When he slows down, that's our chance!
Tornado Drive! Leave the agile one to me.
Here I come! Like this! And follow through it! You'll finish!
Can you take it? Tiger Blade! Take this!
You're mine! It's over! Here!
Glacial Spear.
Magnified thrust!
Elusive Deity!
Take this! You'll finish!
This is it.
Take this!
Rising Wyvern! Here I come! Stardust!
Make it right. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Got some interesting moves there, Dohalim. I'm glad you're on our side.
I'm simply glad to hear that I can make myself useful to you all. Huh?
What's wrong?
We seem to have come across some rather unusual objects.
What, you mean that pile of garbage?
No mere garbage, I assure you. Still, I've never seen anything shaped like it before. I'm intrigued.
Are you curious about this stuff, Rinwell?
Yeah. I think he might have found some old Danon relics. They look like the remains of a bunch of objects that disappeared after the Renans first invaded.
And yet here I am, holding them without so much as a second thought. I imagine the sight must be unsettling to you.
Not really, just that it must be nice to be a Renan who has time to indulge in stuff like that, unlike the rest of us.
Are you interested in this stuff too, Dohalim?
Charmed may be a better turn of phrase. I simply love objects that can give me a sense of what their maker was thinking, the history that went into their creation. You see, we Renans have hardly any such objects that trace back to our distant past.
I still don't understand what you two find so intriguing about it, though.
Why not? We're talking about our own culture here.
I get that, but it's not like this stuff is any use now, does it? It's just old. Real old.
Oh, but it does. Holding it in your hands like this, one can feel and engage with the distant past in a way no history book can ever accomplish.
I'll take your word for it. Well, seeing as it's Danon history, just make sure you're careful with it. All right, Dohalim?
But of course. That trip. I should be of some use to us now.
You weren't exactly dead weight before.
Except in regard to doing basic chores.
Visibility along this path will remain limited for some time. Take care not to get ambushed.
I'm surprised you know the terrain here so well. Lords don't strike me as having much time for wandering in the wood.
Sometimes I would take strolls along here when I wished to be alone.
You always did have a bad habit of disappearing without telling any of us guardsmen.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Glacial Spear. Pierce
It's a duel of the arts!
Got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that! Let the marksman handle it!
Too fast!
Stand back. Ship it up.
Eat dirt!
Take this!
Where are you going?
Try this!
Benedict.
I owe you one. Take this! Megasonic thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Not a chance! No escape! Swirl blade! Slash!
Tornado drive.
Infernal strike!
Let me help! Make it
Here I come!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Annihilation!
This one's all mine!
Resonate with the earth.
Airborne beast! My spec! Lunar blast!
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for you, truly!
Resonate with the earth. You require a hand.
Around the home stretch now!
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me. This one's mine! You're going pretty hard in this battle.
I am not usually given to restraint.
Sometimes I believe you're stronger than you let on.
You're finished!
Barely a blip on our radar.
It's so hilly around here. I can feel my feet getting blisters.
That's mountain hiking for you. It can be pretty tough if you're not used to the...
I won't forgive you!
Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Resonate with the earth.
Eat dirt! Dragon Swarm!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over!
Who said anything about letting off?
It's over!
In a bind.
Dragon Swarm!
Glacial spear! Pierce the evil! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Now! You're mine!
Leave the enemy's art to me!
No place here.
Dragon Swarm!
Make your break! Tornado! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Annihilate! This one's mine! Confiscate!
Begin.
Dragon Swarm!
Make your break! Astral energy!
Say no more! This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me.
It's over!
Don't worry, I've got plenty to go around.
Pierce the evil!
Burn in hell!
Free
You're
blade!
mine!
This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm!
Love it!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
Dragon Swarm!
Not a escape!
You finished!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny... An opponent like this should be easy.
This one's mine!
You're mine!
Not so fast! Arnex coming through! This one's mine! It's like trying to keep up with a wall! Tiger Blade!
One's all
I
mine!
will heal you all!
Megasonic Thrust!
Like more to the flame. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Resonate with the earth!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
Eat dirt!
Tiger Blade! Healing surface! Astral energy!
Say no more!
I'll heal
None
you
can,
all!
none can!
Healing!
I need...
Need to be stronger. That equipment should come in handy.
More Danon ruins here too, I see.
What were people even thinking back then? Trying to build anything around...
Coming through! Orochi's Fury! I'll take you all off!
Annihilation!
Here I come! Not a chance! Take it! Mirage! Here I come! You're finished!
None shall escape my critical!
Astral Arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
One more!
Take this! I'm ready!
I'll face you!
I still got a ways to go!
Let's dispose of the trash.
You're mine! You're finished! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive Ring!
Far enough! This one's
You're
mine!
mine! Try
Tiger
this!
Blade!
Explosive Ring!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Not a chance!
This one's mine!
Try this!
Here's a healing arc!
Infernal Strike! Now I can let loose!
I got it.
Got what?
I can chop up vegetable scraps and use them in the seasonings.
Should've known that's what it was gonna be about. I sure built up a sweat with this hike.
Rest assured, we have reached the top. It's all downhill from here, quite literally.
So, Mahawk's...
Out of my way! Where's the shot?
I owe you one! No further!
Freezing storm!
You're mine!
I'll never fit! Well, we're on the home stretch now.
I'm ready! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
My turn! Mirage! Take this!
Can you take it?
Try this! Come and face me!
I'm gone!
I've used too much.
You're mine! Try this!
Lightning!
What's this place here? Some kind of old house?
part to your heart's content.
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! My turn!
This one's mine!
Ignite!
This one's mine!
Let's
make it rain!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renin cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me, but my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
Out of my way! How do you like being pounded into shape?
Explosive ring!
Going in!
Take it! Can you take it?
Going
No
in!
further!
Take
it!
It's over! I'm ready! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Flaming Meteor!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
I'll do my best! Get behind me!
Explosive ring! You're mine! Did you just heal me?
Yes. I need you, remember?
Right. Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Do it!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me. Lightning!
Can you take it? Explosive ring! Try it, my turn!
You'll find no mercy.
You're finished! Begin!
This one's mine!
Elusive deity! Dragon Swarm! My turn! Escape! You're on! Take this!
Raging Luna Storm!
Do it!
Swallow Blade!
Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Perhaps we ought to recuperate for a while.
I agree. Fighting in this state would be reckless.
This might be some deep. Decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
I won't what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Going in.
You're finished!
Tiger Blade! This one's mine! Glacial Spear! Here's Evil's blood! Do it!
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Then let's keep pressing the attack.
Indeed, but remain ever vigilant.
Much obliged. Tell me your
Glacial Spear! Here's Evil's
Make it rain!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! If it's this technique!
You're mine!
This one's mine! Nothing gets by me!
I won't rest until I'm the best I can be.
Still striving to be on par with the Lord?
You simply can't be too strong when battle is a part of your everyday.
Out of my way! This one's mine!
Explosive ring!
Tiger Blade! You want me? Come get me!
In your deck, Dohalim.
Then tonight's meal is on you.
You got it.
This one's mine!
You're mine!
Make it rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Denied!
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
You're finished!
Do it!
Xion!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Now! Here I come! You're on! Not Dragon Force!
Make it rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I feel sprightlier than before.
There. Still thinking about how to act around Dohalim?
That obvious, huh? Except I don't think I'll be changing much after all. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to stay his servant. However, I am going to treat him like a fellow comrade, the same way I would with you or anyone else. For as long as I can remember, I've spent my life protecting others. But isn't that what friends do too? Support and protect one another in times of need?
Which in the end pretty much means doing as you've always done, right? If that's what you're most comfortable with, I'm certainly not going to give you any grief over it.
Actually, I've been thinking about how I ought to act around you all as well.
Oh?
When I set out on this journey, it was to rid Eldaman and Sia of its enemies, and search for wisdom in the outside world. Wisdom that I could potentially put to use on my return. I'm grateful to you all for letting me tag along, but it got me thinking, what am I actually contributing by being here?
What are you talking about? You know how to hold a weapon, don't you? That's help enough.
Is it though? Sometimes I wish there was more I could be doing to pull my...
Oops, sorry about that. Jeez, I'm famished.
Now that you mention it, what do you guys normally do for food and meals when you're out and about on your travels?
What do you mean, what do we do? We find stuff to eat and eat it. So long as it's meat, I'm not fussy.
Eating what you like can be good for morale in the short term, but you need to think about your diet if you want to stay healthy.
Does that mean eating vegetables too?
Isn't that obvious?
It does, which I guess hasn't been happening up till now.
Yeah, to be honest, we could be eating better than we do.
Understood. In that case, I'll just have to make sure you're all staying healthy and eating right myself. Fortunately, I happen to know a thing or two about cooking as well.
You hear that, Law? Sounds like you'll be eating your greens after all.
What is it?
No, sorry, it's just... I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on all this.
It will do her good to have a project.
No, not Kisara. I meant you. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Me? Certainly you're not looking to me for culinary skill, I hope.
Typical Renan, leaving everything to someone else.
Rinwell, I don't think...
That said, should you need my skills on the battlefield, please rest assured I have no intention of shirking my responsibilities, regardless of who we may face.
I'm sure no one doubts that. Listen, guys, if we're traveling together, we should probably at least try to make an effort to get to know one another, don't you think?
I wouldn't get your expectations too high in that regard. Believe it or not, sometimes I'm not sure I even know myself all that well.
Something wrong? You look like you're deep in thought.
Not exactly. I was merely thinking about you two and your sense of etiquette.
Oh?
Etiquette?
Indeed. To be quite frank, I find your lack of manners to be nigh intolerable.
That's not being frank, that's being an... Forget it. Do we really need to talk about this now?
Yes, I find such impropriety on your parts to be deeply unsettling. It concerns me greatly.
What do you want us to do? We were slaves. We never got to learn how to be proper like you.
Yeah, what he said. Maybe you missed how we were just focused on surviving.
Perhaps, but Kisara here demonstrates that it's quite possible for a Denon to learn proper manners.
That's because I was given the opportunity to learn. Moreover, my duties as a guardsman required it. Not every realm is like Menancia, as you well know.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to hold us to some other city standards.
Exactly. You've got to remember what it's been like for us living under the Rena elsewhere.
I will concede that you do indeed make a valid point. It would appear, for all my espousing the virtues of equality between our peoples, I was still looking down on the two of you.
You don't need to beat yourself up. I wasn't that offended by what you said, man.
Nevertheless, I shall mind my words from here on out. Having said that, I do believe you two would still benefit from learning the basics of proper society. I would be more than happy to teach you both when we camp out, if you like.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. Acting all prim and proper isn't really my style.
If you say so. How about you, Law? Would you like to learn? Although I suppose my first task is to reform your attitude toward the idea of good etiquette.
You're not gonna let this go, are you?
Hey, let's stop for a minute.
What's up? You already tired?
My armor's pretty heavy. I think I need a little rest.
I second that. All of this walking is starting to take its toll on me as well.
What? You don't look it.
We can't spare the time. There's places we need to be. Mahag-Sar's capital, Niez, is our destination right now.
But if one of us collapses, it will only serve to slow us down. And in your case, Alphen is the only one who could carry you. Best to rest while you have the opportunity.
Enough already. I need a break, so we're taking one.
I don't need you fretting over me.
Fretting? Hey, it's not like I'm...
Been looking for you.
For me? Why?
He's tough.
said you were looking for me. Why? Beautiful, precious life. What the... That is all I desire. Then why are we fighting? Who even are you? Explosive ring!
Freezing storm! Dazzling spin! Light tornado! This one's mine!
Burn!
Take this!
Wide open! Who the hell are you? Bastard!
This guy's not normal!
His speed is unbelievable.
You mean he even surpasses a lord?
Raging Benediction light.
Nothing gets past me!
Bestow thy mystic mercy. Here. Bestow thy mystic mercy. Take this.
Piercing roar!
Much obliged.
Here. You know Renans and
Tell me about it later.
Freezing flame!
Take this.
This one's mine!
Is that all that you've got? Very well. Then die. A wretch like you? Till next time. Shion, wake up, please!
Alphen?
Shion!
Thanks, but you're kind of crushing me.
Sorry.
It's okay. And so am I. It's not as bad as it looks.
Not bad. That's... Shion, we thought
I'm
you were...
fine. Really.
What the hell were you thinking?
Well, you were trying to protect me too, you know.
Yeah, but I have the sword. It's different.
It's not different. Besides,
Hmm?
Never mind. It's nothing. Anyway, thank you.
But I didn't... Look, I'm just glad that you're...
Alphen?
Sorry.
That guy said he'd be back. I think maybe we should get moving before he returns, right?
Rinwell has a good point. We need to go. Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I already applied some healing arts to it. It didn't even leave a scar.
But his sword went nearly straight through you.
I'm all right. Unless I've turned into some kind of ghost and I'm haunting you all right now.
No, I know you're not. It's just...
Look, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm fine. Really.
There was also that strange light that appeared when Shion was stabbed. It seemed to make the enemy retreat when he saw it. Alphen, do you have any idea what it might have been?
A light? I don't know. I was kind of preoccupied with other things at the time.
Now that I think of it, between that light and the blazing sword, just what sort of person are you, Alphen? Can you use Dahnan astral arts like Rinwell, perhaps?
He wouldn't know, Dohalim. He doesn't have any memories from his past, remember? Besides, we should really be getting out of here.
I suppose you're right. Forgive me. We've almost reached Nias, the capital of Mahag Saar. With any luck, we'll find a place there for Shion to rest. Hey.
How are you holding up after that last fight? You're not too hurt, are you?
I'm fine, really. See for yourself.
If things get too tough out there, go ahead and fall back. I can take a beating if I need to.
I'm not here just to stand around and have everyone protect me.
I get that, but there's nothing wrong with admitting you have weaknesses too.
Do I look like I'm just trying to put on a brave face to you?
I can't feel pain, but you still can, can't you?
Look, I appreciate you're trying to look out for me, but even you go down in fights from time to time. Please, stop trying to babysit me. It's getting old.
It's not that. I just...
Are we in the right place? This place looks like a mess.
Yes, this is Nias, the capital of Mahag Saar.
I don't see any signs of people. And the buildings.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the kind of place people would actually live.
No soldiers, no Dahnans, not a soul to be seen. Yet look at these facades. This is clearly a Renan district.
Hey, check out that drawing on the castle gate. That's the Darkwing's crest. It's from an old Dahnan legend about a hero who defeated an evil king with a torch and their trusty owl. That's his crest. I'm sure of it.
Really? First time I'm hearing it. So if someone drew it on the gate...
It must mean the Renans have lost control of the city.
Are you suggesting the Dahnans rose up and defeated the Lord here? Hard to believe, but not entirely unthinkable, given the evidence.
Let's look around and see if we can find someone. They might be able to tell us what happened. This is horrible.
Is there truly no one here?
All of these ruins look like they were made pretty recently.
But if that's the case, then where do you think the people that used to live here went off to? There must have been Danans and Renans, right?
That's a good question. Even if the Danans rebelled and managed to overthrow the Renans here, there should still be some people around.
This debris... Do you think it could be the work of Renan Astral Arts?
Perhaps, but the appearance of these ruins is rather uniform, which leads me to believe otherwise.
Hey, Rinwell. That story you told us about the Dark Wings, it said that the evil king was vanquished with a holy flame, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then there might be some truth to that old story after all. It looks like all the rubble here had been scarred by flames.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. If we can find someone around here, we might be able to get them to tell us what happened. Dohalim, you forgot to take care of the fire yesterday.
What do you mean, take care of? Ah, yes. You meant to put it out?
Yep. If it stays lit, we could end up in real trouble real fast.
I see. I apologize for not realizing that. I shall be more careful in the future.
The way he's talking, it's like the thought of putting it out himself never even occurred to him.
Moving on, Dohalim, I should mention that the clasp for your cape is about to come undone.
Oh yes, I tried to fix that myself, but it simply refused to cooperate with me.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Are you telling me Renans can't even dress themselves?
Lords like Dohalim have attendants that take care of just about everything they need, so I'm not surprised he sometimes struggles with the basics.
Even by those standards, you've got to admit this is still a little extreme.
Shionna's got a point. I mean, you don't see Renans like her needing so much help to get stuff done.
In my case, circumstances forced me to learn how to be independent. Even so, I still think Dohalim could afford to pick up a few more self-sufficient skills.
Well, specifically speaking, what would you suggest that I learn?
For starters, I think it'd be good for you to learn how to dress. And put on shoes. How to comb your hair is equally important. And learning to manage your possessions better. And then from there...
She sounds like his mom rattling all that off.
Oh, and another thing. About your owl, Rinwell.
What is it?
When he starts to molt, would you be willing to give me his old feathers? I think I could find a use for them.
What do you intend to do with those?
Well, recently, I haven't been sleeping well. However, I hear pillows made from owl feathers are very comfortable and wish to make one.
This is why I hate you, Renans!
Did I say something offensive?
Next time, put your own needs aside for a second and think about how someone might react first. Then consider if it's worth asking at all.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
What are those out in the valley? Windmills? They're huge.
They're most likely used to harvest wind astral energy, so they have to be big.
All of you, stop right there! Don't move!
They have us surrounded.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
You first! Show yourself!
I'm the one asking the questions here. Don't try anything funny. One wrong move, and I guarantee we'll blow you away.
What are you...
My name is Alphen. I came here from Calaglia.
Alphen? The wielder of the blazing sword?
Getting pretty famous, isn't he?
Here is my proof. Will that suffice? Or do I have to burn down one of those houses to make my point?
No need. I believe you. I'm Bayfon, of the Darkwings. Sorry for threatening to blow you away. We're still hunting down the remnants of the enemy forces, so everyone's more than a bit on edge right now. Please forgive me.
Remaining? Wait, you mean you already took down the Lord of this realm?
That's right. We took her weapons and turned them right back on her.
Are you the Danon leader here in Niez?
Nah, I'm just one of the commanders. Deadeye's the one who runs the show. I'd be happy to take you to him. Just one problem. The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true. You do understand, right? I mean, we only just liberated the city from their kind. Everyone's short on trust. And for good reason. Especially Deadeye. I think it'd be best if those two waited outside.
Not going to happen.
I don't think it's a good idea for us to split up. It's too dangerous.
Then it's on your head, friend. Our base is that way.
You could have left me behind, you know.
This isn't just about you, Dohalim.
Ah, yes.
I guess even after you beat the Renans, your work's only... You really just begun, huh?
Yeah. This place seems like it's got a lot of issues to fix.
So you're Alphen, are ya? Thought you'd be bigger. Huh. Guess the armor beefs you up a bit. You've got a lot of people talking, you know. But in this town, I call the shots. You play by my rules here. Just remember that. Gotta say, I didn't expect you to run with a gang of women and kids. Those other lords must have been real pushovers, huh?
Seriously? Are you this rude to everyone you meet?
Don't interrupt me, you brat. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
Why, you?
So you're the one who took down the Lord of this realm, huh? How'd you pull that off?
We just swiped the Renan's explosives. And then we blasted them all to hell and back.
Explosives? That's a pretty bold approach. But how'd you manage to avoid hurting your own people?
I didn't, that's how. But the chance to take out a lord was worth the sacrifice.
And the Lord? What did this sacrifice earn you?
Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to finish her off. But now we've really got the girl on the run.
She ran? A lord?
Yeah, the lady was just a coward. She had a whole lot more bark than bite, that's for sure. She's probably hiding off in a hole somewhere. But not for long. We'll find her and drag her right back into town. Then she'll get what's coming to her.
I wouldn't be so sure. She may run, but she'll never go quiet.
Shut up, Bright Eyes! I would have run you through already if you weren't with the blazing sword here.
The whole reason you're fighting is to free the Danons in this realm, is it not? If so,
Shut your
then...
mouth, witch! That's enough! If you're really fighting for us Danons, why keep these bastards around? Why haven't you killed them already?
I'm not going to kill these bastards.
Oh. Is that the case, huh? Then tell me the point of this show. friends. Friends? Renans are Renans. The scum-sucking bastards who've been draining our souls for 300 years now! But you know that. Maybe it's 'cause you and that little lady are friends and more.
Son of a... You'll pay for that!
That's enough! Deadeye, you know that was completely uncalled for.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! And don't ever come back! This is Danon's realm and it's ours, understand? I call the shots here. And I make the rules. I do, Deadeye, leader of the Dark Wings!
Yeah! Deadime! Liberator Deadime! You are the true leader of this realm! We're not afraid of any Bright Eyes!
It's only a matter of time before I throw every last Bright Eye out of this realm!
The Dark Wings! The Dark Wings rule!
Hey, wait up! Told you so, didn't I? You should have left your Renan pals outside.
You don't agree with him, do you? I could tell by the look on your face in there.
That's how things are with him. He loses his temper, then I step in and calm things down.
Better you than me.
If that's all, I think it's past time we were going.
Look, I just wanted to apologize for what Deadeye said in there.
At least somebody's got some manners around here.
He didn't used to be like that. But, well, that's what losing most of your loved ones will do to a man. He may never forgive the Renans.
It's a little ironic how indistinguishable his manner is to that of a lord.
Hey, Bayfon? Deadeye mentioned the Lord is still on the run. Any ideas where she might be?
We looked all over, but found no traces of her. We heard some rumblings about activity in Estaluva Forest, but that's it.
Estaluva, huh?
Wait, you're not going after her, are you? Certainly won't win you any favors with Deadeye.
This isn't Deadeye's war, and we're certainly not fighting it for him. Besides, it's like Shion said, her type isn't going to go quietly.
Hey, it's your funeral. Don't say I didn't warn you.
We'll be sure to keep you out of it. Before we set out, though, is there anywhere around here we can rest?
Sure. Building at the end of the road, opposite side. It's all yours. We use it as temporary lodging, to house people who don't have a new place to live quite yet.
We're not going to run into any trouble there, are we?
Rumors of a certain fiery sword have spread fast. I doubt anyone will be eager to give you guys problems. And here's where I say my farewell. You're on your own, but good hunting.
Before you go, how come you don't hate the Renans as well?
Oh, believe me, I've got my bone to pick with the Renans. Just not with two of them I've never so much as laid eyes on before.
Let's head on over to that lodge. We'll figure out what our next move is there.
I get the feeling Deadeye signed up to be a rebel, so he could have a roost to rule. Heck, he's no better than a lord. In some ways, he's even worse.
I know. How could he use explosives on his own people?
And yet, despite the toll of his actions, none of the Danons we've seen seem to question his assumed authority in the least. If anything, they may well consider him a hero, which would say a great deal toward how deeply they resented the Renans here.
Still, I don't think this is as simple as saying the good guys won out over the bad ones.
Yeah, I don't either. Deadeye might have managed to drive the Renans out of Niaz, but that doesn't make the way he did it okay. No matter which way you look at it.
victory that's earned by throwing away the lives of his own people? No, that isn't a victory at all. I can understand that the Dahnans here are standing up against their oppression, but that doesn't mean they have to humiliate all Renans just to settle the score.
I'm perfectly able to stand up for myself, Alphen. Besides, I'm used to it by...
But you shouldn't have to be, Shionne. It's just... What I mean to say is, when you've been a slave for so long, it's easy to accept that's how it should be because it's all you've ever known. Constantly being belittled is no different. I don't think that's fair. For me or for you. What's wrong? All right.
What the?
Hey.
Yeah!
Good.
All right!
I just don't know, man.
Don't know what?
Deadeye managed to drive out a real live Renan Lord. That's incredible. And he seems to have a lot of supporters surrounding him too. But he's got an attitude worse than any angry Zoogle. Plus, Niez is in utter ruins. I don't have a clue what his game is.
The Renans are powerful. And because of that, it takes a strong leader to have any hope of toppling them. However, when you take down one dictator only to replace them with another, ultimately it's just business as usual.
If it'd been Zephyr instead of Deadeye, I don't think things would have turned out like this.
Rinwell!
Yeah, I think so too. Zephyr did things differently top to bottom. He's not the kind of person who would have forced his own views or decisions on other people. When you do that, you're ruling over others, not leading them.
To be honest, I don't know what I would have wanted my dad to do if he was in that position.
Law.
The whole thing feels weird in a way. It's a weird kind of feeling, but at the same time, part of me also feels happy? Deadeye and my dad are two very different men. For now, I'm content knowing that.
The city is liberated, and yet the air still hums with fear and anxiety. It reminds me all too well of how Vicente once was.
Hums? You mean like music?
Yeah, none of this sounds like music to my ears. In fact, I've never seen any Dahnans with musical instruments in my life.
You don't need instruments to play music. It can emerge naturally from the sounds of people going about their day and the hustle and bustle of life.
You seem to care a lot about music, Dohalim. I didn't know that about you.
Have I not mentioned it? Before I was a candidate for the lordship, I had my heart set on the life of a musician.
You? A musician?
Indeed, music enriches the world around us. I trained day and night to hone my art. Words could not describe my bliss, as my notes carried with them the sights and sounds of nature, the ebb and flow of time, and the thoughts of people on the wind.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. My loquaciousness can get the best of me at times.
Don't apologize. It's interesting hearing what Renan culture is like.
Even though the Renans destroyed all of our arts and culture.
Personally, I was interested in the music of Dahna as well. The fact that generations of lords deemed music to be of no use to their slaves and outright forbade the ownership of instruments is lamentable. Not that my words can undo the damage already done.
Not this way, I guess.
think there's someone in trouble here.
Oh, yeah? How's this? Great!
Yes. Hey.
Hmm? Good.
Really? What? Yes!
All right, right.
Really?
What?
Huh?
All right.
Yes!
Over there.
Huh? Yes!
All right.
Yes!
Huh.
All right.
By the by, Shion, if you don't mind my asking, would... Would you be willing to share what sort of clothes are currently in fashion on Rena sometime?
Sure, as long as you call me Captain.
That Deadeye creep certainly has a few screws loose, that's for sure.
Forget that guy. Right now, we need to discuss how we're going to proceed.
What's there to discuss? Deadeye and his crew have already brought down the Lord here. Just let them finish her off.
I want to go after her.
I second that. I think it's the best thing to do right now. We don't know if the Darkwings have what it takes to beat her. I'm worried what'll happen if we leave her to her own devices.
You make a good point, Rinwell. And maybe I'm just being overconfident, but between us and them, I think we have a better chance at defeating her.
I have to agree. This realm isn't going to be truly safe as long as that Lord is still running around out there. We need to act.
Fine by me. But isn't Deadeye just gonna take all the credit once we're done?
Our job is to break down the walls that oppress Dana. What he chooses to build in their place, that's his problem. For now, we'll head to this Estaluva forest Bayfon told us about. Whatever we decide to do, though, we should take some time to rest first. We've barely stopped since Menancia. Where are you going?
Alphen.
You should get some rest. What's got you up at this hour?
Just let me be for a minute, okay? Why don't you go back to the inn?
I will when you do.
Have it your way.
Shion. The Lord's days are numbered. I haven't forgotten our promise. You can trust me, you know. Maybe even lean on me a little. If you want.
And if I say I will you finally give it a rest?
Yeah, of course. Try to get some rest, okay?
What was all that about?
So we're just going to check things out, right? In whatever that forest is called.
Estaluva Forest. Next time, pay attention.
Huh? I think someone's calling out for us.
Well...
I see.
Excuse me!
Good.
That's some cryptic text, all right.
It could mean anything. Can't we just look around the area for clues? Or something?
Hey! Maybe these are supposed to be different locations?
Oh, now you're into this too, huh?
Out of our way!
Dragon form!
You wanna play? Come at me!
Dragon form!
Lightning!
Explosive ring! We did it!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummel.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Moonscape! Take this! You're mine!
Freezing! I'm ready!
Mirage! Take this!
Ice tornado! That's my cue!
Shut him down! Take it!
Do it!
Strip off! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Seems about right to me.
What's that big tower over there?
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch.
make sure to rest too, Hootle.
Dohalim, your spare bracers were getting dirty, so I polished them up along with the rest of your equipment.
Why, thank you, Kisara. I greatly appreciate that.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but you sure seem to fuss over Dohalim a whole lot, Kisara.
It is a little strange. Almost like you're still in his service.
Really? That's certainly not my intention. Besides, he's not the only one I'm like that with. Hey, Law, I saw your clothes were starting to get holes in them, so I stitched them back up for you.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Kisara.
Point taken. Do you just like looking after people?
I wouldn't go so far as to say I like it, but I get anxious if I don't. I'd always like to help if I can. It comes naturally to me. Back in the day, Miguel and I used to look after the younger kids a lot, so that's probably where it comes from. He taught me everything I know, and I mean everything. How to cook with wild plants, how to sew clothes so they'll last. Without him, we never would have been able to survive.
However, you're not a lord anymore, Dohalim. You need to get used to the idea that people aren't just going to wait on you hand and foot.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm ashamed to admit that I felt no qualms about her doing all that for me. As both a Renan and especially as a lord, one becomes too accustomed to those beneath you tending to your every need, both Renans and Danans alike.
Sure, that's how all you Renans are probably raised. But just to be clear, we're not your servants, Dohalim. Got that?
Absolutely. Moments such as this provide me with ample opportunity to confront my unease. It is difficult to tend with my own motivations.
What do you mean?
The truth of the matter is that my espousal of coexistence in Menancia hardly came from an idealistic place. That instinctive unease I feel deep within serves as a reminder for what it is that all of us here fight for.
Don't be so hard on yourself. No one's going to abandon you if you aren't always perfect.
Looking at her now, I think she's more like his mom than his servant.
Hey, Rinwell. What was that whole legend you were talking about earlier, back when we were by the gate?
Huh? Oh, you mean about the Darkwings? It's an old story about a Danon hero that's been passed down for generations.
Like I said, I sure haven't heard it before.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, long ago, there was an evil king who tried to bring all of Dana to ruin. However, a pure black owl heard the pleas of the people and decided to help. It chose a young hero and bestowed upon them a holy flame that was capable of vanquishing the king. The story goes that the young hero challenged the king and defeated them with the flame. Seeing Dana had been saved, the people flew the crest of the Darkwings as thanks to the owl for its help. From what I understand, it used to be a really well-known story before the Renans came.
I guess our people must have forgotten it over time. It's lucky for us you still know it. You sure are well-versed in these sorts of things, Rinwell.
You know, the part where the hero defeats the king with a flame reminds me a little of Alphen.
Come on, it's just a story. Besides, if we're talking about an owl helping anyone, Hootle would definitely choose Rinwell.
Sure, I might have helped take out our own kind of evil king with the others, but I'm definitely no hero. That and Hootle's wings aren't even black. Huh.
Thanks for waiting. Eat as much as you like.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
Sorry for rambling on so much about my past earlier.
Don't sweat it. It was fun hearing you reminisce about the good old days.
Come on, you don't have to pretend with me. I know I can tend to go on sometimes, when it comes to my brother.
You said it, not me. Anyway, I don't think it's something for you to be embarrassed about.
Hey, Alphen. When you were a kid, was there ever a time when you had to bury someone younger than you?
Well, it's hard to say. I'm guessing that you have, though.
Yeah. During the previous crown contest, with the Lord before Dohalim. Life back then was... truly hell. I think... that's why I tried to ignore what Miguel was telling me for so long. Because I was afraid of going back to such a dark time. Of losing hope. I wanted to believe in our paradise so much that I doubted the one person I should have trusted most. I don't blame blame Dohalim for that. I simply didn't want to face facts. And I ended up trying to project my ideals onto everyone else.
It's strange. Whenever you and Dohalim talk about Menancia, it's always like it's some big failure. We're talking about fixing 300 years worth of damage here. Isn't it a bit optimistic to think it was all going to be resolved after only 5?
You might be right. Maybe it was a mistake when Menancia... No. When I decided to stop seeing the darkness in our society. I have to admit the truth. To myself, first of all. I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Rise and shine. We're almost ready to leave. What's with that? Shining foe over there.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! Try this! Elusive steed! Getting take this! Try humping on you can!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
I shall provide assistance.
Who said anything about letting off?
It's looking good. Megasonic thrust!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me. Here I go.
Milk is right here! Megasonic
You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training.
That's what I like to hear.
These little ones are hardly worth our
Just
time.
like that, I'm back in. Start by holding the cup of pride in your heart.
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Whew. I don't sense any more enemies. Got sand in my eyes!
The
winds outside the capital are blowing as strongly as ever.
You can definitely see why people call this place the Valley of the Four Winds.
Indeed. Mahag Saar is the realm of wind, just as Ganeth Heros is for water.
Earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Rena is aligned to darkness, leaving each realm one element each.
Is that because some elements are easier to gather in certain areas than others?
That is certainly possible, but I suspect the biggest reason is to prevent the lords from squabbling over resources.
Funny. You would think infighting would come naturally to an elite class vying for a crown.
True, but the Renans rule as a minority. Fighting ourselves would just be destructive. Though, as you saw in Menancia, any abstention from fighting is merely a facade.
In the end, you all get usurped whether you like it or not.
That may be true, but something tells me that this time is different.
We have to catch up to the Lord first if we want answers. Let's keep moving.
What is that ring of rocks over there for? They don't look like they formed naturally to me.
Oh yeah. Funny, I guess I've gotten used to weird rock formations. They didn't even register as being out of the ordinary.
Most likely, they were brought over by us Renans when we first invaded the planet.
Wait, those? So does that mean there's some kind of machine then? And if so, what in the world were they even used for?
To manipulate the properties of Dana's astral energy.
Really?
Think about it. Isn't it strange that the type of energy each realm collects is so fixed? Astral energy by nature isn't meant to skew towards one element or another so heavily.
So the Renans reformed it for the crown contest.
Sounds like the crazy thing a Renan would do.
Renans these days are more advanced than Danans in some ways, but even they don't seem capable of doing something on that grand a scale. Or is that something that's possible on Lenegis? Or maybe the Renan homeworld?
I can't claim to know everything about my own kind, but I myself have never seen anything that would be capable of such a drastic feat.
But at some point they did just that. Those are the sort of people we're up against. We should do our best not to forget that.
Oh?
Yes! That is the how I...
Hey! Sure.
That...
Well?
Yeah! All right. Real. Yeah!
Well, that was a huge miscalculation.
You're so amazing, Kisara. You can cook, you can fix weapons. I feel like there's practically nothing you can't do.
Maybe you should take a page out of her book and learn to make yourself more useful then.
I'd be happy to teach you if you want, Rinwell. I learned most everything I know from my brother.
Really? Even how to sew and do laundry?
Yes, indeed. He knew how to do anything.
Sounds like he was a pretty handy guy when he was alive.
He was. I'd always follow him around and badger him with questions. I was a real pain in the neck. Now that I think about it, he and Lagiel were the ones who taught me how to raise cats, too.
Legil is that woman who was with him in the Gold Dust Cats, right? I remember now. The one with the really pretty hair.
Funny you mention that. He also taught me how to maintain my hair. Not that those lessons stopped it from getting all tangled up during training.
I think it still looks gorgeous.
From what I can tell, it would appear as though the only thing he didn't manage to teach you was how to apply makeup.
No, but that didn't stop him from trying. He really wanted to teach me everything. Only reason he couldn't was because I prioritized my training.
And here I was trying to make a joke.
I can't tell if she's being serious. The only one here who knows him well enough was her.
Yeah, I guess only Miguel could have told us if it's actually true.
Right, here goes! I'm not...
Freezing storm!
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Alphen, have you been washing your clothes? It may not be my place to say this, but... frankly, they're starting to stink.
Now that you mention it, it has been a while since I did any laundry.
I'll wash them for you if you want. Just remember to give them to me the next time you get changed.
Oh, okay. Sure. Thanks, Kisara.
And, Law, Rinwell, yours are starting to look a bit ragged.
What do you expect? Of course they're going to tear up when we're out there fighting so much.
Yeah, but it's still kind of embarrassing, having it pointed out like this.
And Shion?
I wouldn't touch me if I were you.
Of course. My apologies. All I wanted to say was that your sleeves are getting a little bit dirty.
You don't need to worry so much, Kisara. It's only natural our clothes are gonna get a little dirty while we're traveling around.
That's no excuse. Your outward appearance says a lot about your inner well-being.
Now you've really set her off.
Suffice to say, it would appear that the traditions of the Guard are still alive and well within her.
What do you mean? What do the guardsmen do that's so special?
Mostly, I'm simply referring to the fact that they're a very regimented and cleanly group of people.
Do I really sound that weird to you guys? Keeping your clothes clean and mended is completely normal to me.
Don't get us wrong. We appreciate the thought, Kisara. But we've got a long journey ahead. It wouldn't hurt to relax your standards. Just a little.
If you're sure. I wasn't trying to overdo it, I promise. However, if it's making the rest of you tense, I'll do my best to tone it down from here on out. Still, if everyone could bring their laundry and clothes they want fixed, that'd be great. I'll take care of it all for you guys tonight.
Don't you ever get tired?
Coming through! Here I come! No escape! Burn in hell!
Healing circle!
Did you just hear me?
Yes. I need you, remember?
Right.
Explosive ring! Dragon Swarm! It's over!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Swallow blade! You're mine! You're finished! My turn!
On guard!
Mirage! Try this! Come one, come all! Infernal Torrent! Dragon Swarm!
Healing circle!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Somehow. Things are even worse outside the city than they are inside.
Yeah, it's all ruined. Houses and everything else.
Even if it was all in the name of beating the Renans, this is...
Out of our way!
You're mine!
One more!
I'll take you all on! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive ring!
These ones can run rings about us.
It's so good!
Where are you
It
going?
got fired!
I've got this! Let's let a marksman handle it!
We did it! All yours! Dragon Swarm! My turn! Mirage! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
longer.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
It's over!
This one's mine!
Can you take it?
Falling storm! Here I come! It's over!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
One more! Tiger Blade!
Prepare to be sealed. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Dragon Storm! Dragon Mine! Try this!
Tiger Blade!
Explosive ring!
Okay, here I go.
Falling storm! Swallow blade! Not a chance!
I still got a ways to go.
Out of our way!
Here I come!
You
Dragon
want me?
Form!
Come get me!
It's over!
Hear me! Flame of
Tiger Blade!
Pierce evil!
Tornado drive!
Freeze
Dragon
laser!
Form! Try flying freak! What can they just
Going in.
still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
You aren't you human?
Stop you dying?
Tiger Blade!
Strike! You're finished!
Piercing roar!
Elusive deity! Rotating Dragon Form!
Take the shot! You're mine!
Finished!
Tiger Blade!
Wow! Look what I just found. We should be able to cook here.
This place gives me the creeps. You really think that lord is hiding out here?
Be careful. The air is dense with astral energy. Something's not quite right about this place.
How are you able to pick up on all this stuff anyway? Is it something that all astral arts wielders can do?
I must admit, I'm curious myself. Perhaps her den and bloodline has something to do with it.
Dohalim.
Apologies. I meant no disrespect.
Stay alert, everyone. There's a good chance that she already knows we're here.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard. I suppose if you're a lord going into hiding, a forest is one place to turn.
We don't know for sure she's here. Keep looking.
There. There. Guess I misread the landing.
Out of my way!
Dragon Form!
I'm already getting started!
Right here! I got you!
hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart for your heart's content.
Prepare to be seized.
Can you take care of that?
No sooner said than done. Less talking, more doing.
Make it rain!
Annihilation! Mega ray! By the power of the
Explosive ring!
Fairy circle. Okay, here I go.
Swallow blade! Try this! Inferno torrent!
Make it rain!
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade. We managed to pull through.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
I'll stop in your charge! Thanks, Kisara!
No further.
Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Elusive deity.
Make it rain! We're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Dragon Swarm! Megasonic Thrust!
Do it! This one!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
One instant! Tiger Blade! Here, let me help. First rapid move!
Elusive deity! Struck! Needing fire fiber!
Airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Elusive deity!
Can you
Make
take
it
it?
rain!
Dragon Swarm!
I feel sprightlier than before. This place goes pretty deep underground.
It was probably built that way so it could still be used, even if the above-ground portion...
We're in for a long slog with
Stay
this
calm.
one.
I shall provide assistance.
Try this!
Their hide as thick as armor.
Dragon Swarm! We got flyers!
I've got it. Put a mark to them.
Split it open! All yours!
Stand back.
Thanks, Kisara.
Can you take it?
What I can hear!
The enemy will
Coming through! Ha! No! Scarlet Inferno! Not again! Dragon Swarm!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
You picked the wrong fight!
Tiger Blade! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
So I still had room to grow.
This place is full of weird machinery, old and new. Just what the hell was she doing here?
By all appearances, sort of unsavory research she wouldn't want to...
For the hideout of a runaway lord, this place is a lot bigger than I was expecting.
Do you think she had it built with that in mind?
No. Personally, I think this used to be part of a Danon castle or fortress of some sort.
How can you tell?
For one thing, it doesn't look like a storehouse. For another, it's old, and you can tell it was built to let people hole up inside of it.
Huh. I'll take your word for it. I don't know the first thing about brick. You know, I've always thought you were a smart little cookie, but damn, Rinwell, you really know your stuff.
It's no big deal. I've just read a lot of books is all.
If this is meant to be a castle, there wasn't much to it above ground. Are there such things as underground castles?
There probably used to be more of it above ground. That is, until 300 years ago.
So the main structure must have been lost during the time of the invasion, with only the underground part remaining. And then this lord decided to use it for her own purposes. Have I got that right?
But what reason could she have for using this place instead of staying back in her own castle?
That's what we're here to find out. Whatever it is, she's up to no good.
Right. It's all the more reason we need to hurry up and find her before it's too late.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
If it curls up, get out of the way. Flying free! I'm ready!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Nice technique!
I'm out of ammo!
This one keeps charging us!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Flaming meteor!
I'm not done! Heal! I owe you one.
Healing circle! Oh, that's
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Looks like it could be worth something.
What's this thing?
It would appear we can descend down where the railing has fallen apart.
What? Are you serious?
By all appearances, it would seem she was researching something here.
You think so? What kind of research could she have been doing in a place like this?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hardly anything the likes of us could imagine.
If we assume it was because this area is rich in astral energy, then it's possible she could have been doing any number of things.
Indeed. Renin castles and spirit vessels are often found in such locations. Intriguingly, Danon ruins are also known for their abundant energy.
You Renans attacked us. Don't act like you're just some...
Sheesh, enough already! This isn't the place to pick a fight over this.
How can you be so calm listening to all of this? You've suffered at the hands of guys like him too.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm calm.
Coming through! Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Raging Luna Storm! Dragon Form! It's all this
I
one's
never
all
miss.
mine! Dragon Form! Begin! Damn it! Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Hold back in their defense!
Mind you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Do it!
None can!
Piercing roar!
Aqua Serpent! Try harder!
I'm all stuffed
Dragon
up.
Form!
Tiger Blast!
Try this!
Down low!
Explosive Ring!
Lunar
Take
Blast!
this!
I'm all stuffed
You're
up.
finished!
Annihilation!
Solar
Searing
Blade!
Flame!
Try this!
Reload!
Rotating Pile! None can!
Healing Circle!
Time to shine!
Take it! Make it ready! In an instant! Impact Block!
Together, there is nothing that can stop us.
Indeed. As one, we are unrivaled.
And that is our greatest strength.
Out of our way!
Here I come! It's over! Can you take it? You're mine! Dragon Form! Try this! Explosive Ring! It's over! You're mine! No further!
Yes, I need you, remember?
Right.
Here I come!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Elusive Deity! You're finished! Pile Timer!
On guard!
Elusive
I'll
Deity!
stop it short!
Thanks, Kisara.
Wow! Look what I just found.
Get lost!
Piercing Roar! Elusive Deity! Take this! It's over! Bestow thy mystic mercy! Here! Come one, come all! Dragon Form!
Thank you for that.
Now you've got it!
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
No complaints here!
You've been snelling to me.
Yeah! And probably to me! Dragon Form!
Throbs with pain.
Explosive Ring!
Make it red!
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
You're mine! It's over! Dragon Form!
Falling storm!
Try harder! You're mine! Dragon Form!
Make it red!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I'm ready for the next battle.
Oh, this looks nice. And tough?
Right, here goes! Dragon Form!
This one's mine!
Not today! I'll take you all off! Dragon Form! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
They're on me! Allow me to stay on your side. Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Now! That's it! Dragon Form! You're finished!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I can feel my precision improving.
this a joke?
It's over! Dragon form! Explosive ring! Tiger blade! Take this! Raging wind form! Burn in hell!
Prepare to be seized.
Dragon form!
Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. Dragon form! You're mine! It's over! Here I come!
I can feel my power growing.
I won't forgive you! Dragon form! Try this! On guard! Explosive ring! Make it rain!
Show me in an instant.
Impact block!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed wall.
Come and face me.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
And let's keep pressing the attack.
Indeed, but remain ever vigilant.
This one's all mine.
You're mine!
And then
Elusive deity. Ignite. My turn.
piercing
Fire.
Do it!
You're finished.
My concentration is dwindling. Perhaps I'm tired. Discourteous, aren't you?
You want me? Going in.
You're mine.
This
one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
I never miss!
Piercing roar.
Dragon form. Seismic rupture. Take this. Elusive deity. My turn. I'm not done. Dragon. Begin.
Make it rain.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Did it.
Yeah. Nice technique.
Resonate with the iron. Dragon form. You're finished.
Tiger blade!
The arts of being interrupted.
Burn out. Begin. Dragon form. Deity. Rotating pile driver. Dragon form.
Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? That's not to give me any ideas.
These little ones are hardly worth our...
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
This calls for a celebratory drink.
We should... think about eating soon.
Really? Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea. Guess I misread the landing. There's nobody here. It's been nothing but Zeugles. No lords, no Renan forces.
They have to be holed up somewhere, right?
From the look of things, I don't think anybody's been here for a while. If anyone was here, they're long gone now.
That can't be.
Look out!
We'll figure this out later. Right now, this thing needs dealing with.
I don't understand. Did Bayfon lie?
He didn't seem the type to lead us on a wild goose chase.
Hey, save your questions until after we manage to finish this thing!
Resonate with the arts! Their arts were interrupted! Alright!
Too fast! Stand back. Check it out. Go finish!
This one's mine!
Tiger Blade!
Take this! You're mine!
None shall escape my judgment.
It's over!
Appreciate the help.
It's wide open!
Speaking of that, do you know Renan's ways of...
Ignite!
Tell me about it.
Where are you going?
I'll smash you!
Not on my watch.
Here I come!
I'll grind you with the
Dragon Swarm! Here I come!
This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll grind you with the
Explosive ring! Not now, not ever! It's over! Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Thank you for that.
Let's get started! Clear for us a path! Take it! Shattering this to pieces! Attack time! To stop! Piercing roar!
Raging Lure!
Storm!
Mine.
One more! Piercing
Is that
roar!
a healing art? It is.
Megasonic
I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Raging lunar storm! Look sharp! One more!
Use its weak point to
Make it
take us
rain!
down.
All together!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not today!
I never miss.
Elusive
Don't
deity!
mind if I do.
I take it carved through armor! Fire blade!
It's over.
Try this!
Crescent moon! I'll blind you with explosive ring!
More?
Healing
You're
Circle.
mine!
Clear for us a path!
Denied!
Escape my judgment.
Now you're getting serious?
Will this help?
Healing circle.
Here I
Did you just heal me?
Yes. I need you, remember? That move!
Here comes the big one!
You'll find no mercy!
Dazzling spin!
There!
Tiger blade!
I'll heal you all.
Elusive deity!
Come on. I'll blow you to smithereens.
You're all And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding yourself
In a
out.
vine?
No sooner said than done.
Don't mind if I do.
Benediction light!
I thought you were going to wreck the place.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide distance however I can.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
It's over!
Armor won't save you!
Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more! Not again!
I'll heal you all.
This one's mine.
It's over!
Healing circle.
Unadulterated fury. Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
It's gonna attack!
Right. Watch out. Healing circle.
Ignite!
Arctic missile coming through. Lightning. Healing flame of
In a
fury.
vine?
Burning strike.
Glacial spear.
Take my
Freeze lancer.
Explosive ring!
It's weakened.
This ends now!
I don't have much left.
Now you see what I can do!
I'm almost impressed. I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Pierce! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
So much for finding the Lord. Come on, let's get back to Niez.
Shion, calm down. This isn't like you. What's wrong? Talk to me.
It's none of your concern.
Even after everything we've been through together?
The two of us are only helping each other because our interests overlap, remember?
Are you serious? You helped me come to terms with Zephyr's death. You put your life on the line to save me. Don't tell me you did all that out of necessity. That it was only because we have a common goal. Fine.
Huh?
You don't want to answer? Then I'll do whatever I like from now on, too. Clearly, I'm just bothering you. So it doesn't matter if you tell me what's on your mind. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop looking out for you. Not now, not ever.
That's not fair. Why can't you just leave me alone? You don't know the first thing about me.
But I do. I know you care about the pain of others. You care, Shion. That's why I want to help.
Because of my thorns, I thought I had been doomed to a life of solitude. Until the day I died, I knew I would be alone.
And now?
The truth is, I'm trying to end my curse and get rid of my thorns.
Get rid of? There's a way to do that? Really?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is there's a chance. But that's the reason I need the Renis Alma.
The Renis Alma?
The Master Core to end all Master Cores. It is bestowed upon the winner of the Crown Contest, the new Sovereign, as proof of their victory. It must be assembled from all 5 Master Cores.
That's why taking down the Lords is so important to you. But Shion, you're not in this alone. If there's a chance we can rid you of your thorns, I'll be by your side the whole way.
That includes us, right?
Like it or not, you're going to have to get used to relying on us every now and then.
What kind of friends would we be otherwise?
Thank you.
Dahnan Liberation and the Renis Alma. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us. If we have any hope of finding this Lord and their Master Core, we start by heading back to Niez.
Man, who would have thought we'd ever get thanked by Shion?
Sounds like someone wants me to grab their arm.
I'm joking! Damn, you're scary sometimes.
Shion's not
I can't believe this. To think they would give us a bad lead like that. Where could that Lord actually be?
Beats me. That said, there's no point wandering around aimlessly trying to look for her. We should head back to Niez for now.
What's wrong, Kisara?
Oh, I was just thinking about what it meant for there to be castles here on Dahna. People build castles to protect things that are important for one reason or another. But not simply that. They're also used to project a ruler's power.
So what you're saying is, even before the Renins invaded, the Dahnans were still being ruled over. It was just by other Dahnans.
That's most likely the case, yeah. Though who knows how they led their people.
But after seeing Deadeye, I can't picture them being all that benevolent themselves.
What if it's in everyone's nature to rule over and control others? What are we supposed to do about that?
If it really is in our nature, then no. All that means is we have all the more reason to fight it. That's all there is to it.
About damn time.
Took long enough.
But that's...
Right. I can't wait.
Head on over to the plaza.
What's going on? It seems busier here than before.
Hey, look! Isn't that Bayfon over there?
Ah, there you are. It seems I owe you all an apology. I'm guessing you didn't find the Lord back in the forest, did you?
No, but something tells me you already knew that.
That I did. Turns out I bit down on some bad intel when I should have known better. Apparently, Deadeye's not as trusting of me as I thought.
But why would he feed you bad intel?
My guess? He wanted me to lead you all astray. Make sure you weren't sniffing around where he didn't want you to be. While you were off in the forest, I got word that one of our squads captured the Lord. The place wasn't even close to where you were searching.
I see. Well, the important thing is that you finally caught her. Did you suffer many casualties?
You're not going to believe this, but she didn't even put up a fight. She had no escort either.
Well, what about her Master Core? Was it recovered?
Sorry. They only briefed me on the basics. For now, Deadeye's getting ready to make his victory speech out in the plaza. In the meantime, I've been ordered to set up a defense perimeter around the outside of the city, so I'll be out of town for a while. I imagine Deadeye will announce what he intends to do with the Lord during his speech. You'll have to let me know how it goes. Anyway, until next time.
A Renan Lord surrendering without a fight? Something doesn't add up here.
I'm afraid I can't say I know much of her lordship personally.
There's a lot about this that doesn't make sense. The Master Core is a concern too. Let's stick around like Bayfon suggested and see what happens. We don't leave until we get to the bottom of this. I'm worried about just what Deadeye has in store for Almeidrea. For now, let's wait at the inn until he gives his victory speech.
Everybody's so excited.
They can hardly be blamed when they've apprehended an enemy leader. That said,
Yeah. Isn't there some way to calm them down?
These must be the Danins the Darkwings freed.
Yeah. The city might be in ruins. The people have risen from the ashes.
This is the place Bayfon said Deadeye would reveal the Lord's fate. I wonder what he'll do to her.
Well, Was that?
Yes. It's Lord Almadria Kynaris.
Please stop! No good can come of such hatred. Stop or there'll be no turning back.
Is this supposed to be justice? Astral energy? Why now?
You don't think that...
The fruit of Helgen!
Don't do it! No! Just...
I did warn you, did I not? Nothing good can ever come of such nasty hatred.
I found you at last. I swear it. I'll make you pay for what you did to my parents!
What do we have here? Could it really be the witch from Dana? Honestly, I thought I had wiped all of you out of existence back then. I guess there was one survivor after all.
Hey, Rinwell!
Shut up! This is the only thing that's keeping me going anymore. Stay out of my way or I'll kill you!
Rinwell.
I'll kill you. I swear it. I will kill you! you... Why are you defending her?
I'm not really sure, you know. But when I look into your eyes, I can't let you do it.
What about you? Are you not the one who got revenge for his father? Don't I deserve that as much as you? Move aside. If you don't, then I'll blast you again.
Even so, sorry. I'm afraid that I can't let you do that. No way. I can't let you kill her. Not while your face is full of the same hatred as those people who died.
You saw what she did. What are you saying? She should just get away with it all?
You're right. Rinwell, I don't know what I'm doing. But still, I know it's wrong. If you go through with this, I know you'll regret it. I'm sorry. I am. Forgive me.
I can't believe you. You, of all people. Of all the people! Why did you... Why, Ela?
Is your little show quite finished?
Why, you...
For many years of my life, I devoted myself to the study of astral arts. But the knowledge I took from your family was truly enlightening indeed. For that, you deserve a reward. I shall allow you to taste one of the fruits of my labor. Rearranging life and death to form new hellish compositions. That is what I do best. Now go!
Ma, I'm...
Sorry for almost blowing me up? Hey, not like it's the first time. Come on, we need to take her down.
Okay.
Can you take it? Does it hurt? Infernal Torrent! Take this! It's over! Dragon Swarm!
Wait! Cyan Instant!
So great!
Here, let me help. I'm the shot. First aid!
In a bind?
Guardian Dragon Swarm!
All right.
Benediction light.
I'm ready.
Heal! Thanks! Try harder! You'll pay for that! It's over!
Here's evil.
Take this!
Freeze laser.
Explosive ring!
I'll bring you back from death with this.
Good job!
This one's mine.
Double demon ray!
Here's a healing arc. First aid.
This should do it!
None shall
Dragon
escape my
Swarm!
judgment.
Try this!
Ray.
Mercy!
Laser spear. Here's the
It's
evil.
over! Allow me
Freeze laser.
Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Here's a healing arc. First aid.
In your destination.
Dragon Swarm! Try harder! Not a chance!
Flame of fury. Burning tiger blade.
Here I come!
Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Elusive deity!
Piercing roar. Flame of fury. Burning laser spear.
Tails,
Here's
problem.
evil.
Then let's focus there first.
Crescent moon. This one's
Here
mine.
I come! Dragon Swarm!
Tiger blade.
Explosive ring!
Lightning.
It's over!
Piercing roar.
Take this! It's over!
Going in!
Begin!
Into the shadows!
Take this!
Tiger!
Dragon
Hitting
Form!
Wildfire! I'll heal you all! Healing circle! I never miss!
Can you take it? You're mine!
Tiger
In a
Blade!
bind! Rising Falcon!
Fury! Burning! This one's mine! Here's the evil!
Armor won't save you!
Appreciate the help! Wanna make way! A freezing storm!
Raging Luna Storm!
Ice tornado!
Tiger Blade! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Bestow thy mystic mercy! Dragon Form!
Healing circle!
Allow me to take this! Dragon
Feel my judgment!
Ha! Tempest!
Torn up! Going in!
Reload! Lightning!
Raging Luna Storm! Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Glacial spear!
Use too much! Raging Luna Storm! You picked the wrong fight!
Tiger Blade! I'm ready!
Snake of the Abyssal Deep!
This one's mine!
Take this! Aqua Serpent!
This one's mine! I let my guard down.
I couldn't make it in time. Explosive ring! Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver! Can't get out of this!
By the power of water!
I'll smash you! Snake of the Abyssal Deep!
Going in.
All mine!
One more!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here I go!
Take this!
Help this! I'm on the way!
Eat dirt! Begin!
It's changing tactics!
Have an ace up its...
This should do it!
Freeze land!
I'll thank you! Stay away from my friends! Here I come! Raging Luna Storm! Explore!
I have to train harder.
Flame! Reload!
Resonate with the... Azure Storm!
Flame! Reload! This one's I'm out of ammo!
Raging Luna Storm! I owe you one!
Tiger Blade!
You're mine! Dragon Form! Try
Here's
this!
the healing art! First
I'm
aid!
grateful.
Take
I
this!
let my guard down.
Forgive me.
I never
This is
miss!
my...
Azure Storm!
In a bind?
You picked
I'll
the
bring
wrong
you back
fight!
from death to
Show thy
biz!
mystic mercy!
Resuscitation!
It's in your hands now.
I'll bring you back from death to biz!
Take this!
Tiger Blade!
Dragon Form!
Resuscitation! Now shall escape my judgment!
Elusive deity!
Their arts were interrupted.
Clear the healing art! First
I
aid!
can carve through armor! Sonic thrust! Dragon Form! Seismic rupture!
Going in!
Elusive
Here's the
deity!
healing art!
Dragon Form!
Tiger
Raging Luna! Is this it?
Come on! By the you have to hold on!
Begin!
Aqua! Annihilation! Here's the healing!
Elusive deity!
First aid!
Leading pile driver!
In the sky, it's mine!
Seismic
Where
rupture!
are you going? Falling storm! Tiger Blade!
Take this!
Falling healing circle!
I owe you this one!
Tiger Blade!
Elusive deity!
Tornado drive! I'm out of ammo!
Eat dirt!
Tiger Blade!
Dragon Form! Clear for us a path! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
You're finished!
And there goes the tail.
What? Let's do this! Explosive ring!
Mega Ray! Here goes!
Heal! You're mine!
Another incantation ruined.
Mega Ray!
You're on!
Power of water! Here's a healing art!
You're on!
Here, let me help! First aid!
The Abyssal Deep.
Can't get out of this!
Searing flame! Reload!
It's too much! Dragon Not today!
Freezing storm!
Can you take it? You're mine!
This can't be happening!
Snake is the abyssal deep. Clear for us a path. Off there! Azure Storm! Bestow thy
What was I thinking?
Fairy Circle!
Resuscitation! Graviton field!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Tiger blade! Freezing storm!
Stardust! Resonate with the earth!
Ready and raring!
Mirage!
I'll heal you all!
Snake of the abyssal deep.
Here goes!
Thanks, Shion.
Stardust!
Thanks,
No
Shion.
escape!
Tiger blade! In a bind?
I can handle it.
Smash you! Double Demon Fang!
Elusive deity! Fading pile driver!
Stardust!
Cyan instant!
Mirage!
Mega ray!
Elusive hit song! Ignite!
Let the marksman
No, thy
handle it.
weakness mercy! Dragon Swarm!
Tiger blade!
Dragon Swarm!
Hear me! Flame! This one's mine!
Piercing roar! Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation! Mega ray! Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
Falling storm! Make it rain! Make it rain! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Is everyone all right?
Yeah. But Almeidrea got away. Linwell, are you...
What the hell happened here?
Bayfon, is that you? Thank goodness you're okay.
I've been outside the city this whole time, but I sensed a disturbance in the wind and decided to turn back. What happened here? Where is everybody?
Almeidria's handiwork. She allowed herself to be captured so she could rile up the Danans into a frenzy and rob them of their astral energy. She wiped out almost everyone in the plaza, including Deadheim.
Deadheim's dead. Everyone. And the Darkwings. Almost all of our companions in the Resistance. How could this happen?
Regardless of what she had to gain, what kind of person would do something like that?
If she managed to find kinship in Kelzelik, then I'd say the very worst kind. It's clear now that she used Menancia as a testing ground for the fruits of Helgen, before using them here.
So everything that led up to this moment was all a part of her plan.
Once she knew they'd eaten enough tainted food, she just needed to get herself caught.
We have to go after her. Balseth and Ganabelt were horrible, but Almeidrea makes them look like saints. I doubt she's really gone back into hiding. We have to put an end to this, once and for all.
Yeah, what she's done can't be forgiven.
I don't know what to do. I saw what hatred did to those people, but hating her is the only thing that's kept me going. I can't just stop hating her. What am I supposed to do? Tell me. Smile at her from across the battlefield? Apologize while we fight her? I don't know if I can do that.
Rinwell.
Nobody can understand what you've been through. We can't even begin to imagine the pain you've experienced. But if hate is what has kept you going ever since that day, then let it be your strength. However, think about this. When you've had your revenge, when we've beaten Almeidrea, then what will you do?
Huh?
I'm saying you're going to have to find a way to survive once that hatred is gone. When it is, what do you plan on doing then?
I don't know. I've never thought about it before.
Almeidrea's death doesn't have to be your end too. You need a reason to live, Rinwell, not an excuse to die. Understand?
She's right. We could never truly know the pain that Almeidrea has caused you. But I think you should listen to Shion. Give yourself time to consider things. And if it's too much right now, it's okay for you to sit this one out.
No. My head might be a mess right now, but I'm not letting you fight Almeidrea without me. I need to be there. Please. That much I do know. I'm going with you. And on the road, I'll think about it. A reason to live. Without hate.
That said, it'll be no good chasing after her blind, with no idea where she went. Beifon, do you have any ideas where she might have gone?
I can't say for sure, but west of here is an underground harbor along a cliff near the coast. She spent years building a ship there. A floating fortress that she called her castle on the sea. No one quite knew why she wanted the thing. But now...
Of course. She's already effectively destroyed her own capital. It's likely she planned to abandon her realm as well.
Right. That's as good a lead as any. Let's go. What's that woman going to do next?
Nothing good, I'll bet.
We'll stop it this time.
I still can't believe what that Almeidrea did. Not only that, but she was enjoying it.
It's patently clear she has no respect for human life whatsoever.
We need to take her out. I don't think I've ever felt so enraged at another person in my whole life.
Yeah! There's no way she's getting away with this!
Then we head for the underground docks. We need to hurry. Rinwell, can you keep moving?
Yeah. I think Huro senses an owl around here. My family and I, We spent all of our days just living in hiding. Until one day when we were found and attacked. I was the only one my dad and the others hid. That's the reason I survived. While the rest of my family was butchered. The only thing that I could see was the crest of a lord glowing through the smoke. And then...
It was Almeidrea who did it. I'm sorry, Rinwell.
That woman. Did she really find the existence of Dahnan mages to be that much of a threat?
Enough to invade another lord's territory? No, I doubt that. Most likely, she was after their knowledge and techniques. She only did it so she could become stronger. That's the kind of woman she is.
In retrospect, I do remember her making it sound like she created that monster she summoned.
A monster. I wonder, do you all think of me as a monster? Because I'm able to use magic even though I'm Dahnan?
Rinwell.
Of course we don't think you're a monster, you dummy.
Huh?
I might have had to hold you back, but it's her fault any of this ever happened, not yours. Got it?
Law.
Why didn't the Renans...
Out of our way! Dragon Form! A new melody! Explosive ring! Outblinding shot! Finish! How anti-climax? Lunar coming in! Water snake, wait!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the puzzle is to me!
Dazzling spin! Dragon Form! All mine! Crescent moon! Ray! Ready for the healing art! Can't get out of this!
And more they should all burn out.
Water snake, wait! Dragon Form! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Out of my way! Take this! Freeze your storm! Let the marksman handle this!
Explosive ring! Burn it down!
Where are you going?
No escape!
Look sharp!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Dragon Form!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Take it!
Now! Here I come! Mirage!
This
Dragon
one's mine.
Form!
The official
Take this! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Clock! They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Am I imagining things? Or are there a lot of big Zoogles in this area? Yeah.
No, I noticed that too. There's plenty of food and water to go around here. For a Zoogle, this just might be paradise.
Great! That's exactly what I wanted to hear!
I'll do my best! Dragon Form!
Try this!
Look sharp!
Explosive ring!
Here I go! I'm only getting
Here I
started!
come! It's over! Dragon Form!
To be seen! This one's mine!
Flying freeze!
Make it ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance!
Let the
Dragon
marksman
Form!
handle this!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you. Shion.
I'll do my best!
You're mine!
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
Dance on the wing! Try this!
I'll heal you all!
Falling storm!
Explosive ring!
Tiger Blade!
Burn! Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Falling storm!
Too fast!
Stand back!
I'll trip it up. It's over!
Water Snake Blade!
Dragon Swarm!
Tiger Blade!
Take this!
Far enough!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Now! You're mine! Dragon
Where
Swarm!
are you going?
I'm ready!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Right, here goes! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Engulfs you!
Explosive ring!
Tiger Blade!
All yours, Kisara! Mystic Mercy! Mirage! We've got flyers!
I've got it! Let him mark me!
All yours!
Tiger Blade!
Dragon Swarm! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn! Strike! It's over!
Freezing storm! Tiger Blade!
Explosive ring!
This one's
Fierce
yours!
flame!
This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm! Not today!
Tiger Blade!
Now you see what I can do! I owe you Dragon Swarm! Try this! And you can't get out of this! Explosive ring! You're mine!
Tiger far enough!
Elusive deity!
Flame of fury! Burning strike! Laser spear! Here's a healing
You'll
heart!
find no mercy! Take this! Elusive deity! This one's all mine!
I'll heal you all!
Try harder! Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Here's
You're mine!
deity!
Dragon Swarm!
Tiger Blade!
Explosive ring!
Falling storm!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Demon Fang!
Now my clothes are ruined.
Here I come! It's over!
I can carve through armor.
It's in your
You
hands.
paid for that!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation!
I have to train harder.
Let me help!
Look sharp.
I owe you one!
I'll bring you
Tiger
back
Blade!
from
Dragon
death's abyss!
Swarm!
Dazzling spin.
You're mine!
Tiger Blade!
My watch! Here's a healing heart!
I owe you one!
Feels ours too.
We'll soon see about that!
Tiger Blade!
Tornado Drive!
One more! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning!
Nothing gets by me.
Here's healing! This one's mine!
Don't push yourself too hard. That treasure would have... Sweet-sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
Coming through.
Dragon form! Escape my judgment! Wait!
Here's the Dragon form! Dragon form!
None shall escape my judgment!
Strike!
Art shield! Ray!
Here I come!
This one is mine! That's my cue! Here's the evil!
Shut him down! Dragon form! Not a chance!
Arts are being interrupted.
Raging Lunar form! Dragon form!
Crescent moon!
Here I come! You're finished! Eat dirt! Not a chance! Strike! Dragon
Ready!
form!
Time to shine! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Don't get careless.
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Did... We really just spent that much money?
I'd like... to check their wares if you don't mind. Sleeping on the ground beneath...
This is perfect! I'll have everybody's mouths water.
So, Halim, care if I hang out for a while? You worried about what's going on with Menancia?
What makes you think that?
Well, you were speaking to Kisara earlier, weren't you?
It's rude to listen in on others, you know.
Sorry. I didn't hear what you two were actually talking about, though. I just figured it was Menancia since it was the two of you.
I am but a former lord who has abandoned his post. I'm no longer in a position to lead the realm in any capacity whatsoever. Yet Kisara still seeks out my opinions, knowing full well that is the case. This despite the fact I am no longer her master either.
Couldn't it be precisely because you're not her master anymore? It's natural for friends to want to hear each other's opinions.
I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's funny what you miss sometimes.
Hardly uncommon among artistic types such as myself. When lordships are decided based solely on one's astral energy, it can lead to funny results.
But even so, you still took your job as lord seriously, didn't you?
Certainly. I learned to perform my functions. However, I was less interested in ruling, so much as avoiding life and death decisions. Of course, such a mentality in the end led only to sickening pain and death taking place elsewhere out of sight. I pretended not to see or hear any of it, content to let our supposed peace and equality keep me blind and deaf to reality. I was a fool.
But you're making amends.
I would like to think so. The path ahead is dark, yet I still walk on. I merely pray that I shan't fall down any holes along the way. We'd best get ready for tomorrow. Shall we get moving?
Everything looks fine with the lure. All right, let's do this. Reel it in. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
Looks like a pretty energetic fish.
There we go. Well, it's not bad per se.
Looks like a pretty energetic fish.
All right. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
That went pretty well.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Let the marksman handle this. Crescent moon! Into the...
Dragon form! can hide itself? Amazing! Elusive deity! Dragon form! Rotating pile driver! Explosive ring! Dance on the wing!
This one's mine!
Falling storm! This one's all mine! Heal! Dragon form!
Watch and weep!
Explosive ring! You picked the wrong one!
Burning!
Dragon form! Try this! Tornado Explosive ring! I owe you one! Take this!
Back into the fray!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Dragon
I'll
form!
end this with my own hands! Tiger Blade!
Try this!
Downfall!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out.
I miss all the fun. No way.
Resonate with the earth!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
An outstanding test.
Dragon form! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Looks like we got them all.
An opponent like this should be easy. Ignite!
Now you see what I can do!
Here I come! Dragon! Try this!
Look sharp!
Explosive ring!
Tiger Blade! Where are you going?
No escape!
Benediction light.
None shall
Heal.
escape my judgment!
Dragon form!
Dragon!
Explosive ring! Try harder! Bestow thy mystic mercy!
You require a hand.
Try this!
Free from regret.
Explosive ring! This one's all mine!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Here's a healing art!
Ready and ready! Try
Try
this! Thanks! Another incantation doing!
I'll stop it, save you.
Thanks, Kisara! Here's the
No, you can't! Cut! Dragon form! Rotating pile driver! Explosive ring! Elusive deity! You'll find no mercy! Can you take it? In a bind? I'm grateful. Take this!
Here.
Dragon form!
Far enough.
Behold! The Earth's hope! Tectonic vision! Elusive deity!
None shall escape my judgment! This one's mine! Piercing roar!
Explosive ring!
Freezing storm! Ice tornado!
Try harder! Now! Bestow thy dragon form!
One more. I don't have much left.
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I'm pretty worn out.
Want to rest up for a bit? Right, here goes! Dragon form!
Escape my judgment!
Explosive ring!
Did you see this coming?
Dragon form!
I was
And more of them all burn out. Take this! Now! Here I come! Mirage! Take this! I'm ready!
going in! Back into the fray!
Dragon form! Take this! Dragon form! I'm ready! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
There are still so many.
This is perfect!
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I think it's time we go to sleep. Morning. Ready to head out?
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form. I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renin vision of beauty.
Vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
Where do I come into this?
I'm getting pretty hungry.
Want to sit down and fix something?
Yep, the sooner the better.
You sense one of your pals, Hootle?
I see plenty of ruins around here, too. Must have been a big town bustle.
Gotta break through! You're mine!
The abyssal.
You're finished!
Falling stone!
Try this! Explosive ring!
My turn!
Dragon swarm! Take this! Dragon swarm!
One more!
Explosive ring! You're mine! Dragon swarm! Try this!
Leave the
Explosive ring!
ensnaring to me.
Going in!
Yeah! And
Easter!
Reload! Here's a
Take
healer!
this!
Elusive deity.
Dragon swarm!
Make it rain!
In an instant! Impact block!
Together, there is nothing that can stop us.
Indeed. As one, we are unrivaled.
And that is our greatest strength.
victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Hmm? You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
An opponent like this should be easy.
On guard! One more! Snake, you can't disappear!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Now! You're mine! My turn! It's time! Raging Moon Storm!
Not today!
Here I come! Dragon Blood! Do it! Take it this over!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Do you think this is one of the places where the Dark Wings and Almadria fought?
I wouldn't be so sure. This place appears more ravaged by time than combat. Even if there are signs of destruction, it would likely have taken place during the Great Conquest of 300 years prior.
And ever since, it's been a breeding ground for Zeugles, I guess.
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
That's far enough! Dragon form!
I'm only getting started.
Explosive ring!
Make it rain!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Here I come!
Do it!
We did it! Not
Going in.
You're on!
This one's mine.
Free!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No, sooner said than done. Barely a blip on our radar.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
You're finished! Ignite! Dragon form! It's almost too strong. Split it open! Be my guest.
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Explosive ring!
I can carve through armor! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
My turn! You're on! Take
Let me
this!
do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Don't get careless. Now where might those fish be? Yeah! I've got something. She's got a good size to her, all told.
That flapper was a true fighter.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I'd like to check the... their wares, if you don't mind.
I hope we manage to catch up.
That came out great. Everyone's gonna be real surprised.
Hey, what's the smoke? Is it an enemy attack?
Seriously, it's making my eyes and throat burn. What the hell is going on?
It's probably some sort of gas. Try not to breathe it in as much as you can manage.
Gas? Those cowards!
Isn't this just cooking smoke?
What kind of food makes your throat burn so bad just from the smoke?
I believe Alphen is...
They're trying to gas Alphen?
What? Those sick bastards! I won't let them get away with this!
Calm yourselves and listen. I was simply trying to say that Alphen is the one cooking.
Oh?
Maybe I should throw in some more spices, just for that extra kick. Yeah, that'll help. Think I'll turn up the heat while I'm at it, too. Oh, crap. The spice is burned. Well, at least the meat's coming along nicely. All right. Now, I just flip it over, and then...
Hey, Alphen? What are you doing over there?
Oh, Shion. Perfect timing. I actually just finished roasting up a chicken. Call everybody over so we can eat together. I used a ton of spices, so it's got a good punch to it. Might have overcooked it a little, but it should still taste good.
I'm starting to understand why your food always tastes so damn spicy now.
Hasn't anyone told him that it is actually possible to have too much of a good thing?
If that's the taste he truly wants, far be it from me to contradict. His cuisine is a rather delicate repast.
I'll see you again tomorrow. All right, guys. Ready to go?
A dead end?
No, there's an elevator. Looks operational.
I can't believe there's actually an underground harbor here. There are even boats docked.
I only see Danins. Think they were forced to work here?
Probably. Let's see what they have to share about Almadria. You didn't happen to see a lord come by, did you?
Sorry, friend, but she just left. Came by with a whole posse of underlings, boarded her ship, and took off at first wind. We damn near got blown away. She was that much in a hurry.
Damn! So we missed her!
You guys trying to go after her? Need a ride?
Are you saying you know how to steer a ship?
Spent most of my life chained to the deck of some ship or other. Yeah, I know my jib from my boom.
We don't know how dangerous it'll be. Better you give us the boat and stay on solid ground.
Whoa there! You been out on the water before? The sea ain't nobody's friend, you know. You need a sea dog like me, or you'll sink her before she makes it out the harbor.
We're losing time. Sir, we're in your debt.
Now that's more like it. Name's Mahavar. Just give me a holler when you're all set and we'll set sail. This is like a dream come true. Never gotten to captain a ship before. Never would have thought I'd get a chance like this. Thank you, y'all.
The pleasure's all ours. Think we'll catch up to her?
Of course we will. They got too much weight on them. Meanwhile, this ship's carrying nothing but us salty scalawags. They got a good head start on us, but we can take them.
Do you know if there are any Danans on that ship?
Couldn't say for sure. On the one hand, seeing as it's supposed to be something of another castle, I'd reckon they probably wouldn't let a bunch of Danans on board. On the other hand, I'd be real surprised if the Renans were able to pilot that thing all by themselves. In any case, it's gonna be a while before we reach her. Till then, you're all free to do whatever. Just don't fall in the ocean.
I know Mahavar said we could take it easy, but there's not exactly a lot to do on this boat.
I took a look around inside the ship just in case, but I didn't find anything that looked like it might be suspicious.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You know, it wasn't until I left Calaglia that I finally realized just how big the world is.
When we tore down the wall in Calaglia, and I could finally see the horizon in the far-off distance, I had the exact same thought.
Yeah, somehow the sea is different though. I'm not sure just how to put it. It's almost as if it just goes on forever. I bet my old man would have been blown away by this view.
Yeah.
Ever since he died, I've been thinking about what it was that he was really trying to say to me at the end. I keep going over his words again and again. And heck, maybe I'm just overthinking it all. But still, sometimes I wonder if it could have turned out differently. If there was something I could have done. But no matter how much I play it back, I'm still no closer to finding any answers. And then there's everything with Rinwell. I stopped her from killing Almeidrea, but was that really the right thing to do? Or did I just end up making things harder for her? I feel like such a screw-up.
You're not the only one. I keep asking myself what Zephyr would have done had he been here. Like I think, how would Zephyr have handled Rinwell?
Yeah, I think he definitely would have stopped her. No doubt about it.
And that's exactly what you did, Law. I think he'd be really proud of you.
Alphen.
Zephyr's not the worst yardstick to measure ourselves against. Let's both do our best to make him proud.
Sounds like a deal. Thanks, Alphen.
Hold that pose long enough and someone might just come along and paint you.
Any artist who'd see fit to paint me needs their eyes tested.
What can you tell me about Almeidrea?
Not as much as you'd probably wish. I only ended up crossing paths with her a handful of times, after I was chosen to be a lord on Lenegis.
Ah, right. I almost forgot about Lenegis. How much do you think they know about what's been going on down here?
It's safe to assume they know everything, though I know not why they choose to remain uninvolved. Perhaps they see what's been happening as just part of the ongoing crown contest.
Even what Almeidrea did? Has it really reached the point where her actions are seen as normal?
Not to my knowledge, no. At its core, the crown contest is a competition to see who can amass the most astral energy. And to amass such energy, slaves are needed to collect it from. It's therefore against the Lord's interest to kill them.
So then why would Almeidrea do something like that?
We must remember that time is running out in the crown contest. Perhaps her hand was forced, so to speak. It is a way to accrue astral energy faster and in larger quantities than through slave labor. Doing so kills off that labor force, obviously, but it is a means to an end nonetheless. No one could have foreseen that something like the Hollowing would arise back when the contest was first conceived.
Is becoming the Sovereign of Rena really that important to the Lords?
Of course. It's the greatest prize one can attain in their eyes. In that respect, at least, I'm really not that surprised that Almeidrea resorted to what she did, as utterly despicable as it is.
It's reassuring to hear you feel the same way I do.
I worry that the only reason I never did anything similar in Menancia was due to my lack of ambition.
If you didn't want to be reminded of your past, you could have just plugged your ears.
You think too highly of me. I'm afraid I must respectfully disagree. I'm not nearly as virtuous of a person as you might wish to believe.
If that's so, would you have been so shaken up when Kisara lost her brother? Why else would you turn your back on your own kind and choose to fight for Miguel's dream? Aren't we just Dahnans?
A curious choice of words. Did what you see in Mahag Saar hit you that hard?
What Deadheim did to that city, he didn't liberate anyone. Anyone who refused to follow him was an enemy in his eyes. 300 years of Renan rule taught him nothing.
What I have come to understand is that the conflict extends beyond Dahnan versus Renan. There is an internal quarrel as well. I mean to bring about a true, lasting coexistence in Menancia. But there are more walls we must topple first.
And you don't think you can pull it off?
Well, you seem to think you can, at least.
Does that make us enemies?
Insofar as an exchange of swordplay, no, it doesn't.
Not good enough for you?
Are you really... Forgive me. I will continue to fight by your side a while longer. That much I have decided.
You don't look so good. You all right?
The floor. It keeps moving. How can you stand it? How can you even stand?
I'm not the best person to ask about discomfort. I can't feel pain, remember?
I still can't believe what happened in Niez. Even now. As a lord, my expectations for Almeidrea were already pretty low. But the way she treated human lives like they're mere playthings.
Yeah. And it wasn't as if the situation in Niez was improving much to begin with.
You mean Deadheim?
The whole reason I started fighting back was because of my anger at the atrocities of Renan rule. Back then, all I had to worry about was fighting the Renans for the sake of the Dahnans. But then I met Shion and the people of Menancia, and things became a lot more complicated. It's even messier now that we have to worry about Dahnans like Deadheim.
It used to be that the Dahnans were the ones in the right, and the Renans were the ones in the wrong. Though, maybe that was just a biased perspective, from being on the side of the oppressed.
Exactly. I'll never tolerate the Renans ruling over us. But nothing ever ends up being as black and white as you'd expect it to be either. That's clear to me now.
That said, even putting aside bad apples like Deadheim for a moment, you may be able to free the Dahnan people, but that won't undo 300 years of oppression. It'll be hard for them to not give in to their resentment. I think maybe that's why I clung to our dream so hard back in Menancia.
Even if his motivations weren't pure, Dohalim has a good heart. He didn't sink to the depths Almeidrea did.
You don't understand. I'm saying that it goes deeper than that. This hierarchy we live in, it's not solely something the Renans invented. I remember a story Rinwell once told me. She said before the Renans invaded, we Dahnans had our own class system. We are the ones who divided ourselves. I saw it in Deadheim's eyes. He wanted to rule over others.
To hear Bayfon tell it, Deadheim wasn't always that way.
But as time went on, and he and the Darkwings fought the Renans, he eventually changed. I guess what I'm getting at is, if we defeat the Renans but just go back to the way things were before, was there even any point in fighting?
But that world isn't the one you want to create, right?
Maybe not. But to tell you the truth, these days I'm not so sure that dream is even possible.
You have your promise to Miguel, though. Your home and the people of Menancia are depending on you.
I know. My brother. He truly believed in his dream of coexistence. And I suppose, even now, many people still do. And then, there's you.
Who, me?
You and Shion.
Not sure I follow.
Okay, then let me spell it out for you. How many other Renans and Dahnans do you know that get on as spectacularly as the two of you?
I don't know that I'd say spectacularly.
Well, I suppose it's really all a matter of how you look at it, isn't it?
I really don't see what you're getting.
I think I'm getting seasick again. Sorry. Can you just give me a wide berth for a few minutes?
Do you think Law is okay?
If you're worried, why don't you ask him yourself?
Yeah. I think maybe I should apologize to him too. I should apologize to all of you, really.
Us too?
Well, I was kinda lying to you all this whole time. I was blind to everything except my own revenge. I never even considered the struggles all of you might be facing.
We all have things we'd prefer to keep to ourselves, Rinwell. So what if you had something to hide? It doesn't undo the good that you've done, or the people that you've helped save along the way.
But that's not what I mean.
I know. You're talking about Almeidrea, right?
Yeah. I hate her, Alphen. I can't stop hating her. Even just thinking about her makes my head feel like it's going to explode. But it's not just her. I think about the way Law looked at me. I hated the Lord who killed my parents. And I hated the Renans I had to travel alongside. And yet, Cyslodius Danans backstab each other like it's a normal way of life. And Mahag Saar has people like Deadeye. But then there are people like Law and Xion. It's all just too much. I don't know what to think anymore.
Law never said that you had to forgive Almeidrea. It's only natural you would hate your family's murderer. But
what?
Law left home because of how much he hated his father. As a result of that, well, I think Law spent a lot of time thinking about how they never got to make things right. And if I had to guess, killing Ganabel didn't make any of those feelings go away. Law let revenge fuel him, and I think now he's afraid you'll do something you'll regret.
Afraid?
Whatever happens to Almeidrea when this is all over is up to you. I'll respect whatever choice you make. Just think it over carefully for me, okay? You still have time.
Okay. Thanks, Alphen. Say, back then, after the fight, I think I really made Xion mad. I don't know, though. Maybe it just looked that way. But I guess I just can't seem to understand how she feels. Do you know why she gets like that?
Xion's... She can be a tough nut to crack. She doesn't really talk a whole lot about herself.
It's just what she said about hate being a source of strength. Where did that come from? I wonder how it feels, not being able to hold another person's hand.
Lean much further, you'll go overboard. Keeping an eye out for Almeidrea's ship?
I'm looking at the ocean.
The ocean.
Yeah. The waves. They help me think. This world is filled with natural wonders. The icy air and white peaks of Cyslodia. The lush green glades of Menancia. The harsh wastes of Calaglia. But Menancia has its Lake of Death, and Nias its ruins. And they wouldn't be there if it weren't for that contest.
Say we actually managed to put a stop to the crown contest for good. What do you think will happen between the Dahnans and the Renans then?
You first.
Well, I want to believe that the coexistence we saw in Menancia can happen elsewhere, too. It's insane for all of us to keep fighting. If Menancia can do it, so can everyone else.
Yeah, I think that would be good too. A world where everyone can get along. At least, that's what I've come to believe.
You sure have changed.
I can't lie to you. Since I was young, I've looked down on the Dahnans too. But I've seen a lot. And I see things differently now. I've seen so many ugly and terrible things in this world. And yet, they didn't come from just the Dahnans. And the good things too. They didn't come from just the Renans. Kindness and cruelty exist on both sides. A person's race doesn't factor into it. So, I guess you're right after all, Alphen. I have changed. You know, I've never actually touched another person like this.
Shionne.
Ever since I was on Lenegis, I've always been alone. Even after I came to Dahna. Always.
And now?
Do you still not remember your past?
No. Sometimes it feels like I can almost remember. But then this mask stops me.
The mask keeps you from remembering why you have the mask in the first place. It's a little ironic, isn't it?
A little. Well, it won't be long now before you're rid of those thorns, you know? Only 2 lords remain. And once you have their master course, you'll be able to create the Renis Alma, right? Then you can... Shionne?
Sorry, it's nothing. Promise. You're right, though. It'll all be over soon. I never could have made it this far on my own. I have everyone to thank for that. Including... especially you, Alphen.
Don't worry about it. We're friends, after all.
Yeah, we are.
Wonder how much longer it's going to be before we catch up to Almeidrea. I'll ask Mahavar.
Look who's up. Good timing. We're closing in on her stern as we speak.
That's the ship? She's huge. Law, go gather the others, will you? Think you'll be able to flank them without getting spotted?
Yeah, with the fog as our ally, I think I might just pull it off. Long as we ain't too noisy, we should be okay.
What'll you do if they catch on to us?
Not much I can do. Ship that size, they'll probably blow us to bits before we ready cannons.
Persistent little things. Evidently, I shouldn't have spared the wretched vermin. Hungry already, my dear? Worry not, for you shall have plenty to feast upon shortly.
Perfect. You managed to get us right up beside them.
I'll stay with the ship so we can leave as soon as you're done.
Good. Then let's find Almadria.
Shion,
Now that's what I call a ship!
Yeah. The biggest one in all of Mahag-Sar. So big that it took years to construct.
For all we know, Kelzelik may well have been smuggling materials to help build it. In which case it would be yet another mistake on my part.
We don't know that she was only getting materials from Menancia.
You think it's possible that they might have come from elsewhere, too? Yeah, I guess I could see it.
But what do you think Almadria plans to do from here on out, now that she's abandoned her realm and sailed out to sea?
She'll be filling her coffers with gold, most likely. Then she'll sit back and enjoy the show as the other lords duke it out. Or something to that effect, at least.
I wouldn't put it past her.
She's strong, yet shrewd, and will stoop to any low. A dangerous one indeed.
She's not the first, and she won't be the last. This is a lord we're talking about, remember?
Sounds like you've made up your mind already.
There was never anything to decide. No one who can smile like that while doing what she did deserves to roam free.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
This might not be the best time, but if you have a minute. That mask of yours, it was shattered by a blow from Balseph when you fought back in Calaglia, correct?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I thought I was a goner.
Balseph's brute strength was in a league all its own, yet half the mask remains. It's remarkably durable. Too durable to be Dahnan in origin.
Shion said the same thing. As if the fact I was wearing it meant there had to be more to me than met the eye.
You recalled your name when the mask broke, I hear.
Yeah, that's right. Although to tell you the truth, I'm a little scared what might happen when I lose the remaining half. Then again, the idea of not doing something because I'm afraid scares me even more. That's why I go on fighting.
Only he who first faces the night catches a glimpse of the dawn.
Come again?
It's nothing. Forget I said anything.
should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Let's dispose of the trash.
For my lord! Explosive ring!
Can you take it?
I'm going in! I see one, eh?
Make it rain! Transform!
It's almost too strong. Be my guest. I'm ready. In an instant. Impact block.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this. Got it!
Let's see what you've got.
Dragon swarm. Try this. I owe you one. Take this.
This one is mine! Make it rain!
My turn.
Good shot!
Get it. Mirage. Take this.
Elusive deity.
Dragon swarm. Take this. You're finished.
Here I go! Dazzling spin!
Seismic rupture.
Do it!
In an instant. Impact block.
Together, there is nothing that can stop us.
Indeed. As one, we are unrivaled.
And that is our greatest strength.
That went well.
Are you okay? You're not too tired, are you?
Nope, I'm fine. Let's keep moving.
Coming through!
You think that shield is wrong?
That's my shield!
Shut him down.
Not in your dreams!
Stand back.
You picked the wrong fight.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Well then, let's keep moving. Let's dispose of the trash.
I won't show you any mercy.
Make it rain!
In an instant. Impact block.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah!
Here I go!
Burning strike!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Here's a healing art!
Take down the defenses! Burn it! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Barely a blip on our radar. Let's dispose of the trash.
Here I go!
Ready and ready! So much for talking it out!
A comfortable win.
Gotta break through! Got you now!
Reload! Falling Dragon Swarm! Blade! Here's a healing art!
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
You're ready! Stop!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
None
My
shall
turn!
escape my
Dragon
judgment.
Swarm! Try this!
Tiger Blade! I never miss!
In a bind? This
Will
one's
this
all
help?
mine!
Wait!
Dragon Swarm!
Time to stop!
Try this!
I owe you one for that.
Not today!
Tiger Blade!
Pile driver! Dragon Swarm!
Denied!
Begin!
Do it!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Let's refrain from losing.
Never seen anything like it.
It's an authentication key. They're quite common.
Maybe where you're from, but this is new to me.
It might go in an elevator somewhere. We should test it out.
Out of my way!
You got spirit! Try this!
Here, Tiger Blade! Your arms! They really don't give up, do they?
Now you'll learn! Dragon Swarm!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for you, truly!
Dragon Swarm!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! My turn! This one's too much!
Crescent Moon!
Dragon Swarm!
Look sharp!
Here I come! You're
The
finished!
sky is mine!
Next, my turn!
Handle it!
Dragon Swarm! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Drop!
Together, there is nothing that can stop us.
Indeed. As one. Unbeyond. Retreat if you know what's good for you.
You're mine!
Elusive deity!
Try this!
Piercing roar!
Explosive ring! Take this!
You made me angry! That was
It's
a
all
bad
about
idea!
you!
Falling storm!
Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring!
Here goes!
Burn!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare to Malisa!
Where are you going?
I'm not done!
No further!
Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Resonate with the earth!
Explosive ring!
Healing circle! Crescent Moon! Tiger Blade!
Try harder!
Elusive
No!
deity!
Take this!
Burning
Laser Spear! Here's Evo!
Too much!
Tiger Blade! Freeze Lancer! I'll go! That's it! Recover! Appreciate that! Not in your dreams! Here's a healing art!
the earth!
I owe you
Charge
one
like
for
that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it!
Dragon Swarm!
Freezing Tiger Blade!
Burn in hell!
This one is mine!
Dragon Swarm!
I owe you one for that!
Explosive ring!
What a freezing storm!
You're mine!
Tiger Blade!
You'll soon see about that!
Falling storm! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare to Malisa!
Bestow thy mystic
Dragon
gift.
Blade!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
That equipment should come in handy.
This... looks nice and tough.
Out of my way! Take it! Mercy! Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring! I owe you one. Swallow Blade! You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Glacier Spear! Pierce evil!
Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up.
None shall escape my judgment. This one's mine.
Mirage! I'm ready!
Yohalim!
All yours, Kisara!
These don't seem like your run-of-the-mill Zeugles the Renans usually keep around.
Indeed. I believe it's safe to assume these were used in her experiments.
They certainly look as twisted as her.
Even here.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
This is...
I remember seeing instruments just like this back in Estaluva Forest.
It looks and smells like some kind of medicine.
Whatever this place was used for, I doubt it was any...
An opponent like this should be easy. Take this! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
That makes me the thorn in our side.
Split it open! Be my guest! Not today! It's over!
I can't kill you forever.
You're mine! You're finished!
Where are you going?
Resonate with... Okay. You're finished! No further! Here I come! Cross back, will ya? Try that! Dragon Swarm! Take this!
I can carve through armor!
This isn't looking good!
Denied.
Catapult! Here I come! It's on! Burn it out! Dragon Swarm!
Tiger
That
Blade.
should do it!
Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Fighting in this state isn't advisable.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
What is that huge flower-looking thing up there? Is that the ship's engine?
Indubitably. As one might expect, large ships require large engines in order to sail.
And if we destroyed it?
We might well sink the ship. Who knows if we would be able to escape before that happens.
Almeidria sure has been busy since the contest began.
This isn't all Madria's doing.
You mean she didn't build this?
The body, yes. However, my guess is that the engine comes from a starship.
A starship? As in one of those vessels used to go to and from Lenegis?
Correct. The technology employed on Lenegis and in starships is more advanced than anything in our daily lives. Almeidria may be resourceful, but she could never produce an engine like this on her own.
You mean to tell me we've got even bigger enemies waiting for us up in the sky? My head hurts just thinking about it.
Don't worry about that for now. Just focus on taking care of Almeidria. What's this thing?
Coming through! Break down! Dragon Storm! Clear back! Explosive ring!
Here, let me help.
Tell me,
Have you ever considered your purpose in life?
my lord!
Take this!
Tornado drive! You're finished! I'm ready! Be my guest! In an instant! Impact block!
Everybody okay?
We're...
Get lost!
Now you learn!
Take it! This one's mine! Got you! Falling storm! I'll bring you back from
Is it
death.
too late to talk over our differences?
Here I go! I'm only getting started! Mega Ray!
Stand back. I'll trip it up. Snake in the abyssal deep.
You're mine!
Can you take it?
By the power of water! Got one of mine! Steering flame! Reload! Mega Ray!
I'm practically unstoppable.
Get lost!
Dragon Swarm! I see one,
Tiger Blade!
Eat dirt!
I can read your moves like a book.
Thanks, Shion.
Mirage!
Raging Luna Storm. Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
Back into the fray! I never miss!
You're mine!
Tiger Blade! Sire, use it! Tiger Blade! Tiger Blade! Freezing storm!
Begin! Here I come!
Time to shine! Ice
This
tornado!
one's all mine! Dragon!
Piercing roar!
Let's go! Here I come!
Glacial spear!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Coming through! Got you now!
Here, let me help!
Sword Ring Alpha!
First aid! Tiger Blade!
Try this!
Watch for the range attack!
Rebel! Stop that! Not one! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! Dragon Force! We're not finished! Try this!
Tiger Blade! Denied! Make it rain! Piercy, this ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here, let me help!
On your knees! Dragon Storm!
Appreciate the help!
Try this!
None shall escape my judgment!
Explosive ring!
Spin! Ray!
Dragon Form! Try this! Explosive ring!
Where are you going?
I'm not done! Dragon Form!
a blip on our radar.
Retreat if you know what's good for you. Not today! Deity! In an instant! Impact Cross! They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Coming through. I'm ready. Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade. My turn. Going in. Heal. They're all coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Will this help?
Another incantation ruined. Dragon Form! You with the top! You're mine! Orochi's Fury!
Appreciate the help.
Burn! You won't make a fool of me!
Here's evil.
Tiger Blade! I'm ready!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Not a chance! Explosive ring! Try harder! Thunder Catapult! Take this! Catapult! Dragon Form!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisher!
Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring!
One more!
It's on!
Mine.
I can carve through armor! Crescent Slash! Far enough!
Snake could be a battle deep. Clear for ignite!
Piercing Dragon Form! This one's mine! Take this! I'll send her down! In a bind?
My judgment.
Guardian Field!
Dragon Swarm!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
I always wanted that! Elusive Deity! Make it ready! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
It was a close thing.
She sure spared no expense on her castle.
This must be...
The captain's quarters. The presence of the spirit vessel and the sheer extravagance on display can leave no doubt.
There's no one here.
Yeah, but I doubt she's out for a moonlight stroll. You think she jumped ship and ran away again?
I doubt it. The conniving witch is probably up to something.
Agreed. In any case, as long as she hasn't suddenly sprouted wings, she has to be somewhere on the ship. Let's keep looking. The way this key's been placed, it's like she's daring us to come find her.
Yeah, like it's all some damn game to her.
What's wrong, sweetie? Is something scaring you?
Maybe he just doesn't like being in her room.
I think there's... more to it than that. What could it be?
Is this the ship's cargo? What a pain. I can't see anything past all this stuff.
Be on your guard. For all we know, there could be something hiding around here.
An opponent like this should be easy. You got spirit! I'll smash you! Dragon Swarm! Try this! I'm ready! Dragon Swarm!
Glacial Spear!
Too strong! Be my guest! It's over! Dragon Swarm! Take this! It's over! I'll find you with it!
Do you think we'll be okay to keep going?
I make no guarantees.
Retreat if you know what's good for you. Bring them down! No more of this and I'll burn out.
I never fit!
Fire support! Take this! Do it! No! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Now! You're mine! You're on! Here I come! Orochi Fury! You're finished!
Fighting in this state isn't advisable. because of the trap.
Demon Pest! Crescent Missile! Take this! Piercing Roar! Dragon Form!
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt!
Tiger Blade! Begin! Come on! This one is mine! Catapult! Explosive Ring! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Burn! Elusive Deity! Piercing Roar! Try this! Infernal Sword! Bestow thy mystic mercy! Dragon Form! You're mine! Orochi's Fury!
Here's evil! This one's mine!
Orochi's Fury!
Tiger Blade!
Orochi's Fury! I'll face you! Dragon Form!
Instant! This one's mine!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Tiger Blade!
In a bind! Ignite! I'm not done!
Falling
Try
Storm!
this!
Heal you all!
Tiger Blade!
Healing Ring!
I owe you one. The abyssal deep. Clear. Double Demon Fang! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I need to be stronger.
Did that get rid of the barrier?
We'll just have to go back and check.
If Almadria's not in her own room, just where the hell is she?
It's possible she may be on the bridge, but I would guess that she's waiting for us elsewhere on the ship.
Which means she's most likely chosen a place where she'll have the advantage in a fight.
Be careful, guys. I came from an entire family of Danon mages, and that woman murdered all of them. All on her own. I hate to say it, but she's an incredibly powerful astral artist.
We already know she specializes in controlling wind astral energy. But on top of that, she might try to sick that monster on us again, too.
Right. To that woman, life itself is just a toy for her to play with. Let's make sure we put an end to it. Well, we've only one last place to look.
There she is! Almadria!
But all alone? Watch yourselves. She's probably planning something.
I was getting rather tired of waiting around. Oh my, and I see you came along as well, Danon Witch.
Almadria.
What's this? I thought you couldn't stand the sight of me. Go on, little one. Show me the full force of that hatred of yours. Otherwise, run and hide like the rat you are.
That's enough! How can you smile while causing pain to so many others?
That is the way of those who possess great power. The very way we Renans live by. Those with power set the example, and those without it are forced to obey. Though you two seem to have forgotten that's the way these things work.
And you really think that justifies your actions? You turned all those people into a hollowed sea!
What foolishness. It's only natural that the fate of a slave differ from that of its owner. Very well, I admit I did fan the flames just a tad back in Mies. But it wouldn't have mattered in the slightest if there hadn't been a spark to ignite. Without it, my actions would have been fruitless. Ultimately, it was their very own burning hatred that laid them to waste. To say it was all my fault is simply laying blame at the wrong feet.
No one's perfect. We all have darkness in our hearts. But the
atrocities that you've committed. They're unthinkable! Your heart is nothing but darkness!
What a fool! To think time and time again you would challenge Renan authority without so much as an inkling of how things actually work. Such ignorance is why your kind has been enslaved for 300 years.
Almeidria.
Well, if it isn't Lord Dohalim.
These people are my allies and friends. I won't let you insult them so.
My, what a shock. I never would have expected you to claim mere slaves as your companions. If I didn't know any better, I would question your noble lineage. Oh, how far the mighty have fallen. A traitor such as yourself hardly deserves to be called a lord.
You are nothing compared to Dohalim.
Rinwell.
He would never stand by and laugh. His people hollowed!
Ha! What does it matter? You're descended from those who allowed the power and knowledge entrusted to them to wither away. Your pitiful family may have feared it, but I do not. That knowledge and power is all mine to command. And now, you will witness what that power's truly capable of! Nesmold! Enjoy your meal! Sad eyes, child. Let me reunite you with your parents.
Shut up! I'm gonna take you down if it's the very last thing I do!
That's right. Loathe me. Every step brings you closer to being me!
You're wrong! You're wrong! I'm nothing like you!
It's on! A debut performance!
I'm only burn in hell! Appreciate the help!
You're mine! No escape! Clear for us a path!
Here goes!
Dragon Form!
This one's mine!
This is looking good! Dragon Form!
Here!
Try
let's
this.
heal!
I owe you one!
It's over!
I owe you...
Here goes!
Look shot! In a bind? Azure Storm! Here I come! Dragon Form! Try this!
Flame of fury!
Explosive Ring! Can you take me out? Couldn't make it in time.
Fool!
Armor won't save you! No escape! Dragon Swarm!
Unguard judgment!
Stardust! Raging Lunar Storm! Benediction Light.
This one's mine!
You're mine!
Gravitas field!
Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
Where are you going?
Mega ray!
Thy mystic mercy!
Going in!
Eat dirt!
This one's mine!
I'm only get searing flame! Reload!
Dragon Swarm! No further!
Cyanid! What?
This one's mine!
Now you see what I can do!
Tiger blade!
Explosive Ring! Clear for us a Try harder! My turn!
Nothing gets my way.
This one's all mine!
This one's mine!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Tiger blade!
Here I come!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Mirage!
What's she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power.
Get ready!
I can carve through armor.
Cyan
Here I
instant!
come! Is this it?
Yeah!
Not done yet!
I never miss!
Elusive deity! Dragon soaring blast!
Healing circle!
No further!
No your fate!
Here I come!
Burning strike! Glacial spear! Pierce
Try
evil!
harder! My turn!
Freeze
Raging lunar storm! Here I come! Mirage! Begin! Elusive deity! Ignite! Soaring blast!
With hatred.
Falling storm! A freezing storm! Denied!
I'm grateful.
Armor won't save you!
Ice tornado!
Stay away!
Here goes! Exotic fury! Pierce evil! Free lesser! Go ahead!
Dragon swarm!
Only getting started!
This one's all mine! Elusive deity!
Wait!
You picked the wrong choice!
Rise to shine! Healing
I owe Take this! Elusive deity!
Let me help! This one's mine!
Thanks!
I never miss!
No further! Take anything in armor is all mine!
Wait!
Armor won't save you!
Run!
Try harder!
Here goes!
Raging lunar storm! Ignite! Elusive deity!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Here I come! Take this!
Piercing roar!
They're attacking separately! I can't land a hit on her!
Keep an eye on her. And take out the monster first.
She's no stranger to astral arts.
I can take care of that.
Yeah, take it away! Is this it? Not done yet!
Mega ray!
Right! You'll pay for that! Begin! Forgive me.
Ready to go!
You will.
It's over! That was bad.
With about these people.
Not in your dreams! I am mine!
Dragon Swarm!
Water snake wing! Ready!
The winds of judgment blow your way! Fall for impending calamity! Chaotic disaster!
I never miss!
So that's the trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arts aren't so special. And now, they're mine!
An outstanding attack. Tiger blade.
Is this it?
No. Don't leave me all alone here.
Try and run! Such sad eyes, child. Let me reunite you with your parents.
Shut up! I'm gonna take you down if it's the very last thing I do!
That's right. Loathe me. Every step brings you closer to being me.
You're wrong! You're wrong! I'm nothing like you!
Explosive ring!
Will this help?
Resonate with the earth!
Healing circle! Lightning! Downfall!
Here I come! It's over! Not
What's
now!
in the sky is mine!
Smash you!
Where are you going?
No further! Try my turn!
I'll heal you
It's
all!
over! Raging Lunarstorm! Orochi Fury!
Flaming meteor!
Here I come! Dragon
Rolling storm!
Bestow thy
Orochi Fury! Denied!
all mine! Burn in hell! Very
Fine now.
Orochi Fury!
Right! Death on the wing! Going in!
Orochi Fury! Shattering the pieces!
Dent on the wing! Falling storm!
I can carve through armor!
Not on my watch! This one's mine! Going in! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning!
Orochi Fury! Orochi Fury!
I'm ready to go! Searing flame! Look sharp!
Now or never!
Here's the evil! Where are you going? Flaming meteor!
Indicative deity! Mirage!
Falling storm! Freezing storm! Tiger blade! Ice tornado!
Infernal Pistol!
Leap the storm!
Burn in hell!
Stay away!
Take this!
Flaming meteor!
Raging Luna! Storm!
Ready! A freezing
Resonate with the earth!
What's she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power!
Get ready!
Dragon armor won't save you! Resonate with the earth!
Tiger blade! Leather ray! Annihilation!
Bestow thy mystic mercy! Infernal Torrent! Not today!
Flaming meteor! I'll heal you all! I'm ready!
Dragon form!
Too shy to come over! Here's the evil! This one's mine! A freezing storm!
Stay away! My friend! Try harder!
Art seal!
You're mine!
Bring you
Try
back from
harder!
death's abyss!
Now!
Resuscitation!
Destroy!
I'll heal you all!
It's over!
Snake wing!
Dragon form!
Tiger blade!
Explosive ring!
Lightning! Downfall!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! This one's all mine!
What foolishness!
Explosive ring! Eat this!
Stay away!
It's over!
Back into the fray! Ready to go! Flame of
Orochi
fury!
Fury! Prepare to be seen!
Time to shine!
In a bind?
There! One more!
Orochi Fury! Raging Dragon form!
Searing flame! Reload!
Elusive Dragon form! Leading power!
Back into the fray!
Explosive ring! Do it!
Hear me! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Take this! Finish! Stalagmite! Infernal Torrent! They're attacking separately! I can't land a hit on him!
Keep an eye on her, and take out the monster first.
She's no stranger to astral arts.
I can take care of that!
Yeah, take it away!
I can't heal you forever!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Into the shadows!
You will suffer.
This one's mine!
Far enough.
Hear evil! Freeze Lancer!
Raging Lunarstorm! Orochi Fury!
Wits about you, people.
Take this!
I'm very good! Lightning! Downfall!
Raging Lunarstorm!
The winds of judgment blow your way! Fall!
Calamity! Chaotic disaster!
You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
So that's the trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arts aren't so special. And now, they're mine!
My turn! You'll pay for that!
Guess I got carried away.
I'm not just trying. Such sad eyes, child. Let me reunite you with your parents.
Shut up! I'm gonna take you down and it's the very last thing I do!
That's right. Loathe me. Every step brings you closer to being me.
You're wrong! You're wrong! I'm nothing like you!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Ignite!
Mirage!
None of your dreams!
Damn you! It's Tiger Blade! Stay away! Storm!
Explosive ring!
I never miss!
Don't I take this! Demon Fang! Lewis!
I'll heal you all!
You're finished! Dragon Ball!
Healing circle!
Dance on the wind!
Falling
Burn! Dragon Ball! Dance on the wind! Try this! It's go time! Explosive ring!
Just try and run! Save you! Flaming meteor!
I'm in your debt.
Crush them! Here goes!
Resonate with the
Hear me! Falling
What's she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power.
Get ready!
Dragon Swarm!
Tiger Blade!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation!
Explosive! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Reload!
This one's all mine! I know you are! Ignite!
In a vine! Stay away!
Try this! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Here, let me help.
Explosive ring!
I never miss.
I'll smash you!
Falling
This
denied.
one's all mine! Eat this! Dragon Swarm!
Tiger Blade.
Explosive ring!
I'll heal
This
you
is
all.
some punishment.
Dragon Swarm! Still!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Switch to ready.
They're attacking separately! Can't land a hit on us!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
She's no stranger to astral arts.
I can take care of that.
Yeah! Take it away!
It's in your hands now. Over.
Appreciate the help. Behold,
Falling
my full power!
Tiger Blade.
Bad.
Wits about you, people!
Not on my watch.
It's over!
On guard!
On shield.
The winds of judgment blow your way! Fall before impending
You picked the wrong
calamity!
fight!
I never miss.
Used too much.
Chaotic disaster!
So that's the trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arts aren't so special. And now, they're mine!
Can you take it?
You murdered my mother and father. But I'm not like you.
Rinwell.
Even now, I hate you. But here I am, unable to let go. Honestly, even if I took my hatred out on you here and now, it wouldn't make me feel any better in the long run. I realize that now. So, I won't kill you. I'll take you in and make damn sure justice is served the right way.
You would dare mock me with your foolish, useless pity? A Danon, nothing more than a mere slave. I won't allow you to...
It's not about what you think. Or being Danon or Renan. Because you'll atone for the crimes you committed. And that's all.
It's that swordsman again.
Oh, Lord Volron, what brings you here? No, forgive me. I've forgotten myself. Please allow me to make it up to you, my lord.
Silence now, wretched snake. Does it hurt? It should. That pain is proof you're still alive. Enjoy it.
Volron. Years ago, the Lord of Ganath Haros met a sudden death. His successor was a man by that very name, Volron.
And like a restless lover, I've come back for more.
Stop right there!
Think you can cut me down? What?
Wait, what just happened to him? Alvin! Say something! Let go of me! Let me go!
Shionne!
Alvin!
come and find me. If you truly are the Sovereign. After all this time, I'll be free from this hell. I can finally go home. I doubt I'll ever see this place again. Might as well walk the block once more for old time. As usual, nobody wants to explain anything to me. They just threaten and harass me instead. What does everyone think I am? Some sort of talking pet? They're the ones that dragged me all the way up here in the first place. Bastards. I shouldn't have bothered coming out. Might as well head back to my room. I just wanted to go back. To Dena. To my home.
Alphen.
Leori.
Alphen. Live for me.
No. Leori. No!
Wait, please. Wait, What was that? That... How long ago was that? That's right. Shion! Oh, right. That's what pain felt like. So much for it all being a bad dream. Where am I? Where is everyone? I need to find them. Better start looking. Niori. Shion. Damn it.
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! Here I come! Orochi Fury! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Orochi Fury! I'm not done! You're mine! You're finished! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! You're finished! It's on! Eat dirt! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Not a chance! You're finished! Orochi Fury! Dragon Swarm! Strike! Take this! You're finished! Dragon Swarm! It's over! Here I come! You're finished! Take this! Dragon Swarm! Orochi Fury! Dragon Swarm! Ah!
Alvin?
Rinwell.
What happened just now? Normally you'd be able to take that thing with your eyes closed.
Thank goodness you're alive. Are you all right?
Yeah.
I'm just glad we found you in one piece. You were the only one still missing. There's a village back the way we came from, Thistleim. Kisara and La are already there.
Rinwell. Where are we?
Ganeth Haros, Volron's realm. Remember?
Ushered by the waves straight to the enemy stronghold. A rare stroke of luck, it would seem.
Luck?
If Volron's here, that means Shion's close too, right?
Shion? Oh. Right. Of course.
Are you sure you're feeling okay? You seem a little off.
He's probably just exhausted. Let's save the catching up for when we're back at the village.
You sense one of your pals, Poodle?
An opponent like this should be easy.
It's yours! Begin! You're mine!
It's over!
Dragon Storm!
If it hides, just back it down!
You picked the wrong fight!
Arrow Squall! Lightning Condemn! Start now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Now! Take this!
May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
Elusive deity! Can't get out of this!
Dragon Swarm!
Now!
Jolie! In an instant! Impact Block!
A comfortable win.
Speaking of Thistleum, it's populated by Danins, but they're not under the rule of any lord. Pretty refreshing, huh? The whole town was built by Danin defectors, escapees from elsewhere. This area's teeming with stray Zeugles, though, so heaven only knows how they managed to set up a community here. The ordeal seems to have left them understandably on edge. Kisara and La are back there right now trying to convince them of our good intentions. Say, Alphen, it looks like you got your face back then.
Yeah.
And your sense of pain, too, it would seem. Any connection?
Really? Oh, but that means...
Probably.
I wonder if Alphen's going to be okay.
For now, I believe we should hold off on speculation. Simply keep an eye on him.
Right. You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Alphen! Boy, am I glad to see you safe.
Well, did you manage to convince them we're not in league with any lord?
Yeah, eventually.
When the ship sank, I thought we were done for. Guess the world just couldn't keep us apart.
Yeah, and now we can finally go rescue Shion.
There's something I need to tell you guys first. I got my memory back.
So, what did you remember? Are you able to tell us now?
Give the man some space, Law.
I remember being up on Lenegis.
Go on.
I was abducted from Dana. I was told if I ever wanted to return home, I'd have to cooperate. So that's what I did. Next thing I knew, they had made me into the Sovereign.
You mean to say you won the crown contest? As a Dahnan?
No. They kept me locked in a strange facility. They experimented on me, like I was nothing more than an animal. There were others, but only I survived. Of course, I wasn't really a king. The reality was that they treated me worse even than the lowest slave. The only reason I survived was because my body was able to withstand the Sovereign's power that they placed inside me.
The crest that appeared behind you on Almadria's ship must have undoubtedly been that of the Sovereign. It all makes sense now. Your affinity with the Blazing Sword, and the strange powers you possess, they were all because you were the Sovereign.
Okay, but why would the Renans go out of their way to give you all that power? Just what exactly does being the Sovereign entail?
They said it was for something called the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. They taught me how to harness my power for when the big day came. As for what the ceremony was actually for, unfortunately, I never found out.
So if what you're saying about being on Lenegis is true, then maybe you really did meet Xion. After all, you said you recognized her from somewhere, right?
But Xion said she'd never seen him before. How do you explain that?
I was wrong. It wasn't Xion I knew from Lenegis. It was Naori. She was a Renan maiden they paired me with during the spirit channeling ceremony. She's the woman I kept seeing in my dreams.
A maiden? What?
Wait, so this Naori figure just happens to be the double of Xion? Bit coincidental, isn't it?
Naori's family name was Imeris.
Imeris? As in Xion Imeris?
So they're distant relatives or something? Wait, or are they sisters?
Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is it was Naori. She's the one who put the mask on me.
The mask? But why?
To keep my soul from devouring itself over the guilt. After what I did on Lenegis. Over the lives I took.
Lives? You mean you staged a rebellion?
Perhaps it was a part of this spirit channeling ceremony?
I don't know. Whatever it was that the spirit channeling ceremony was supposed to achieve, it didn't turn out as planned. I lost consciousness halfway through. By the time I came to, Lenegis was a sea of flames. I opened my eyes to see Naori there, weeping. I shudder to think of how many deaths I caused that day. Certainly more than any of these lords can claim, I'm sure.
You really expect us to believe this? First the Sovereign, then Lenegis? You couldn't possibly have done all that.
I wonder. In ancient scripture, there is tell of a terrible calamity that befell Lenegis, nearly destroying it. The restoration took years, and required the work of countless laborers.
By ancient, you mean...
It predates the crown contest, to a time before even the first Renan invasion of Dana. More than 300 years ago.
300? But that'd make Alphen...
That's right. I'm pretty much an antique of a human being. Deep down, maybe I already knew.
Alphen...
Some hero, huh? Cooperating with the same villains who snatched me from my home, committing mass slaughter, only for it to slip my mind. Then, when I finally remember, turns out I'm so old I've got scripture written about me. So much for standing up to injustice. I've probably got more blood on my hands than all the lords combined!
Alphen, stop! Honestly, I'm not going to pretend to understand what all this means. But what I do know is that right now, you're just reacting to the shock.
Kisara.
Listen, what you really need is time. Time to process things and get your head straight. Truth be told, I think that probably goes for all of us.
What about Shion? We can't just...
I'm worried about Shion too, Law. But it's clear that Alphen's in no fit state to fight. This is Volron, remember? Even at full capacity, it's practically a suicide mission. We stay put in the village till we're ready. Okay, everyone? Take some time to think things through, okay? But remember, we're all here for you if you need us. No matter how dark things might seem, you're not alone, Alphen.
Thank you.
It's fine. All right, everyone. Let's break for now.
Do I even have the right to fight? Do I have the right to go to Shion's rescue? What do the others think?
You're certainly full of surprises, aren't you?
Trust me, it's not intentional.
Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Though, there's still an awful lot I wish I could understand. Every new piece of information seems only to yield further mysteries. The truth feels just as elusive as when we first started. I am well aware of where you got your powers. But why, as a Dahnan, do you bear the same crest as the current Renan sovereign? More to the point, why choose a Dahnan for their sovereign in the first place? And then there is the Maiden, a figure so powerful, she's playing yin to the sovereign's yang in esoteric ceremonies. And yet, I've never even heard of her. Then again, this all occurred 300 years ago. What if the term sovereign doesn't even hold the same meaning as it did back then? Listen, I may be a traitor among my people, but I am still Renan, born and raised. I learned the same history, listened rapt to the same tales. And yet now I feel like there was little truth to any of it.
Speaking of which, there's something else that I remember from the spirit channeling ceremony. It used the Renis Alma,
You're certain?
Yes. Or at least that's what they called it. Only you would know if it was one and the same.
Oh, I have never laid eyes on the real artifact myself. And you never participated in a crown contest. You're not even Renan. Many mysteries lay buried in these 3 centuries past.
3 centuries is more than several lifetimes. Was I really out that long?
Well, I'm only estimating based on historical record. But all the facts would seem to point that way.
Who the hell am I?
If I may be frank, we have even bigger fish to fry than that. By comparison, the far more important question at hand is, just what does it all mean?
Frank, huh?
Sometimes, we need a little help in addressing the truth behind our pain. Not to compete over lives lost, but I suspect your count is still somewhat beneath mine.
Thanks for lending me an ear. And sorry for being a bother.
Please, no thanks are necessary. The quicker you get back on your feet, the sooner we can all get back out there.
What do you see out there?
Zeugles. Strays by the looks of it. We unwittingly disturbed their territory on our way here, and now they're looking pretty riled up. So, feel like you're making headway? You know, sorting through things?
All I know is Shion needs our help. As for what happens after that...
Say, how did you get back down here from Lenegis anyway?
I came down in a Renan starship. I have Naori to thank for that.
What happened to her? Did she come with you?
She stayed behind. Just as I wanted to get back to Dana and my people, Naori's place was with her fellow Renans, performing her duties as the Maiden. Neither of us asked for the power or roles we were given. I suppose we felt a kinship with each other in that sense. But even then...
Wait, so you mean it wasn't just Danans like you that Lenegis abducted? You're saying they forced Naori, one of their own, to serve against her will as well?
Even within Renan society itself, there exists a hierarchy. I don't think she was ever given the option to refuse. Despite that, she did everything she possibly could to serve her people. The very same ones I ended up slaughtering. And even after that, she still helped me escape back to Dana. She stayed behind on Lenegis to help any of her people who survived. I owe her more than words can express. A debt left to fester for what? 300 years? How do I even begin to make up for something like that?
In all honesty, you don't. You can't atone for what's happened in the past. I don't think anyone can. Be it several centuries ago, or just yesterday.
What are you saying? That I might as well give up?
I'm saying you don't have to be a white knight in shining armor. Back after my brother had passed away, it was you who told me that his dream lived on inside me. And you did the same for him, for Dohalim, when he was ready to give up too. You were there for both of us. You know what I heard? I heard you telling me to keep fighting, to strive no matter what.
And I was out of line. I had no right to ask that of you.
No, you're wrong. Those words were exactly what I needed to hear at the time. In fact, I would go as far as to say that I wouldn't even be here had I not heard them. Left to my own devices, who knows when I would have been able to pick myself up. Besides, it's not like killing all those people was a choice that you made of your own free will, right? The truly terrible ones are the people who abducted you. The ones who forced you to wield that power. They're the ones you should be blaming. Not only that, but that guilt you feel inside, that's all the proof you need to know you're a good person, Alphen. Do you understand? If I'm still allowed to fight and keep on living, then damn it, Alphen, so the hell are you. But, if you're still not convinced, then ask yourself this. What is it that you've really been fighting for this whole time? Go on, ask yourself.
What I've been fighting for, huh?
All this time, I thought it was the worrying about Shion and the pain bringing you down. I didn't realize you were lonely too.
I guess all of us are. In one way or another.
Yeah, but you've only just found out. I mean, no, not found out. Remembered.
To tell you the truth, I was actually beginning to forget I'd even lost my memory in the first place. Now that it's returned, well, you can see what I'm like. It's strange. When I think about Lenegis, it still feels like it was only a year or two ago that I was there. But then I realized what feels like years was actually centuries ago.
What about your hometown? Do you know if it's still there?
I doubt it. When the Renans invaded, the world as I knew it changed overnight. Even if the place is still there physically, I expect the people will be long gone. Certainly everyone I knew, at least. My family, my friends.
Yeah, I know how that feels. I have no home to return to either. No family waiting for me. I used to curse my bad luck that I'd ever been born a mage in the first place. Otherwise, if I hadn't, maybe my mother and father would still be alive today. Although if that had been the case, I guess I'd probably still be just another slave with no means to resist. I'd never have met up with you guys, that's for sure.
Have you learned to embrace your powers yet?
Nuh-uh. I resent them a little less than before, though. They've kept me alive this long, right? I try not to think about it too much. After all, who can predict what the future will hold? I guess what I'm trying to say is that with everything that's happened in your past, finding out you're the Sovereign and all, it's no wonder you're conflicted. Heck, honestly, I think anyone would be.
Rinwell.
First it was Shion, then it was me, and now it's you. All of us suffering, just because of some power we never even asked for.
Yeah. All this time you were suffering right in front of me, and I never even knew. I feel like I finally understand what you and Shion were going through.
You couldn't have known. Still, if you want to make it up to her, shouldn't we hurry it up and rescue her already? Poor Shion must be lonely, all by herself wherever she is.
Yeah, you're right. Let's get going.
Alphen, are we gonna go rescue Shion or what? What's gotten into you, man? Aren't you worried about her?
Do I even have any right to be?
If you were in my place, you'd say, to hell with all that. What do you want to do?
Sounds like me. Pretending I have all the answers is kind of my forte.
Come on, man. Snap out of it. This isn't like you. Look, I get it. You finally remember your past, only to feel like you've lost yourself again. You're in shock, and who wouldn't be? Worse still, you blame yourself for what happened. And yeah, I don't agree, but that doesn't mean I don't understand either. But here's the thing. None of that's got anything to do with Shion.
I guess.
It's about Naori, isn't it? Look, you're still here, aren't you? Who's to say this chick isn't alive and kicking out there somewhere, too? Fine, I've said my piece. The thing is, though, where does this leave Shion?
My power consumed me once already. I left behind a path of fire and destruction. And the same thing could happen again. I can't guarantee anyone's safety, including Shion's.
So you think we might get burned up because of your sovereign powers? I can think of worse ways to go. Come on, fight this thing! What happened to the guy who talked to me after my dad died? The one who cared enough to reach out and save me? That's the guy I was proud to follow. Not this faltering imposter who's taken his place.
Law.
No, I'm serious. What's gotten into you, man? Just give me the word and I'll beat some sense into you if that's what it takes. Now, I'm gonna ask you this once and only once. Are you serious about rescuing Xion or not? What's it gonna be, Alphen?
What do you think? Of course I want to rescue her. Hell, I'd do it right now if I could.
So then quit griping and do it already!
Listen, you're probably right about all this.
Alphen.
It's exactly like you said. Whatever happened in my past has nothing to do with Xion. But there's still so much that There I go again. So much for the inspiring Alphen of old.
He could be a pain sometimes. Besides, even a hero has to let the cracks show once in a while, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Just give me a little more time to fill in the cracks. And thanks, Law.
Hey, don't even mention it. You've totally got this, Alphen. I believe in you.
Back to the inn, I guess.
There you are!
What is it?
Zeugles, that's what! They're almost at the village gates!
Any closer and they'll be house hunting. I knew we shouldn't have cut through their territory.
That sounds bad.
Can you fight? No shame in bowing out if you're not up for it.
Kisara's right. You don't want to go overdoing it.
I'm up for it.
Really?
You ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. It's now or never, right?
Alphen, right! Great to have you back! Now let's do this!
Look sharp, people! If we don't act fast, they're going to get into the village.
Right. We need to hurry.
Remember, if the pain's too much...
We've all got our own pain to deal with. I'm done letting others pick up my slack.
Here they come! We can't let even a single one through!
There's a firm no-Zeugle policy.
Fine by me. Let's get to work then.
Dragon Form! Are those arms even natural? Dance in the wind!
Armor won't save! I'll finish you here and now!
Strong.
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
There you are!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down. Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! Dragon Shout!
Raging Cascade! Here! Let me help!
Swallow this! Dragon Form!
Go over that
Through escape!
Tiger Blade! Prepare to be seen! I'm on it! Talon Dragon Form! Do it!
Not totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Alphen, you okay?
I'm fine. This pain thing really hurts, huh?
But hey, at least you're still alive.
It wouldn't be called pain if it was pleasant. It can be pretty useful, though. It's good motivation to improve and get stronger.
Guess I've got a lot of room to improve in that regard.
Anyway, I'm glad we could protect the village, especially after everything they've done for us.
Yeah.
You know, Thistleum kind of reminds me of home. The people here have hidden themselves away out of the fear of being found, always watching their backs. Though in the end, home was destroyed anyway.
That won't happen here.
Oh? Is that a hint of fighting spirit I sense?
Yeah. I won't lie. Some of these memories will take a while to process. But I've learned something too. My rage, this fury I feel at our so-called rulers, it comes from having so much of myself stripped away from me back then. Friends, family, home. They took everything from me and left me with nothing but guilt. I was completely alone. At least that's what I thought. But not anymore. Since I awakened, I've met people who I care about. Friends who hold me up. Friends who make me feel like I'm worth something. And I won't lose that. Not ever again. I'll protect those bonds with everything I have. That's why I need to keep fighting.
But Xion comes first.
Of course. First we rescue Xion, then we defeat Volron and liberate Dana. Everyone, will you fight with me?
Say the word and I'm there.
Certainly no objections.
Then it's agreed. Our next stop will be the capital, Pelegion. According to the villagers, there's a huge cliff separating Thistleum from the capital. Luckily for us, there's a path we can use to climb up.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
We don't know what lies ahead. We should prepare well before we venture forth.
Okay.
What? Is that so?
Okay.
Great job.
I'll teach. These small fry who's the apex predator of these waters? Just watch and see.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves now.
I guess we're having fish for dinner tonight.
You're...
By the way, how is Mahavar doing? Wait, don't tell me we still haven't found him.
It's not like we haven't been looking. I've covered the whole length and breadth of the coast, but...
All of the other crew members are accounted for, including us. But we weren't able to find Mahavar. He's still missing.
I see.
Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to abandon the ship.
You mean at the bottom of the ocean? Damn it.
We don't know that it sank. We all washed up on the same shore. If the ship went down, isn't it strange we haven't come across a single piece of debris?
Do you think he might still be alive somewhere out there?
I think stranger things have happened. Whether he's alive or otherwise. We've exhausted all the avenues available to us. All we can do now is press on ahead.
Fine, let's get going. Thistlein was founded by Danans fleeing the tyranny of Renan lords, right? But when you first came, they must have known Dohalim was Renan. So why do you think they let us in?
They almost didn't. But it wasn't just Dohalim they were wary of. They didn't trust any of us.
Even the weird Danans just like them?
When you live life in constant fear of being pursued, it's only a matter of time before all outsiders start to seem a potential threat.
I suppose that makes sense. So how did you convince them to trust us?
You saw how destitute the village was. They needed food, badly. We hunted some Zeugles for them. That seemed to do the trick.
Of course, a little magic-assisted roast didn't hurt things.
Never underestimate a full stomach's ability to put a person at ease. It turns out a hearty meal can be a powerful weapon. Something's on your mind. You having second thoughts about rescuing Shion?
Of course not. Shion's our friend. Almeidrea was the one I hated. For as long as I can remember, she served as a symbol to me of everything Renan. But ever since getting to know Shion, I realized it doesn't make sense to group people together like that. Every individual is different.
I see.
Besides, the situation with Almeidrea was something else entirely. I'd already decided I wasn't going to kill her, but when I saw her die right in front of me, a part of me thought it served her right, that she'd gotten what she deserved. But another part regretted that someone else had come along and killed her instead. Don't get me wrong. If I had the chance again, I still wouldn't kill her. But it's not like I'll be shedding any tears now that she's gone. It's all so confusing. I don't know how to make sense of any of it.
Who said it had to make sense?
Huh?
Rinwell, you've done nothing wrong. You've started to question the beliefs you've held all your life. It's only natural for you to feel disoriented. You didn't give in to the hatred you felt for Almeidrea. You made a choice not to kill her. And that's significant, whether you realize it or not. As for what it means exactly, that might be worth taking some time to figure out on your own.
Some time.
Or don't, if you don't want to. It's just an idea. I'm still searching too, remember?
No, I think you're right. It can't hurt to keep searching after all. And hey, thanks, Kisara. I think Huro senses an owl around here.